Everybody. Hey, what's up, Twitch? Welcome, welcome. Buenos dias. You know what I need to do is open up my Discord. The war later. Hey, and there's YouTube. Alright. What's up, everyone? How are we all today? I didn't think Bellendir was open yet. Hey, what's up, Charles? How are you today? How has your throne and libertying been going? First comment, first like, hey, there we go. I appreciate that, Charles. Thanks a lot. I tell you, I don't know how I got so lucky, but I have been super blessed with just the most dedicated early adopters of my channel that any channel has ever had. Y'all are the best. Getting on here all the time and watching and liking and commenting, and it's just wonderful. Just wonderful. Not going at all. Still haven't played again since the first hour of the game. Wife's been keeping me playing Once Human even though. That's unfortunate. Sorry that your wife keeps making you play Once Human. I'm with you. I'm just not interested in that game in its current state. I am excited for Way of Winter, and I need to do a little research. I didn't watch the stream, the dev stream, to decide. I need to watch the stream to decide exactly what I'm gonna do when it comes out, because I'm really enjoying Throne and Liberty, and I'm concerned that if I go play Once Human again, I'll end up just coming back to Throne and Liberty if there are still similar issues with the game, and I don't want to be bouncing back and forth. So we need to do some research and see what's going on and make a decision. I've never had to pay this much attention to the games that I'm playing. Hey, what's up, Nemanja? The two new silos look awesome. I've seen runs through both of them. New Pro Boss looks amazing mechanics-wise as well. Well, that's good. Plus new temperature mechanic and thermal towers are cool. Okay. But I mean, that's a whole lot of new. That's pretty awesome. That's a whole lot of new. Get your stupid ass back over here, dude. How am I supposed to kill you? New deviations including new ones for burn and frost builds. Hey, Fluffy Sifu will be super excited that there's a new frost deviation. That's fine. You wanna maybe do me a favor and just freaking die? The burn one is basically just a copy of the polar jelly, but looks like a sun with Saturn rings. Oh, well, that's cool. I mean, I don't mind copies of things. The polar jelly's super cool. So having a polar jelly that instead does fire stuff is perfectly fine with me. I don't mind a little repeatability in our stuff. You are now friendly with Heals Can't Crit. I thought we were already friendly with Heals Can't Crit. What's going on in my life? Heals Can't Crit withdrew their friendship. Okay. Let's go see what's going on with the old Gildaruni here. I've been out here farming these orc brawlers because they dropped the helmet that I'm wearing, and I need some new traits for my helm. And the traits that I want are outrageously expensive. Specifically for the helm that I have, because it's a really good helm for tanks, and I imagine all the tanks are using it. Eternal Army Guild withdrew their friendship. Are we getting bounced from our alliance? I think we might be getting bounced from our alliance. What is going on? Okay. Let's get everything sucked in over here. We can actually kill all this stuff. Shouldn't be allied with that guild anyway. The guild name is blasphemy. You don't need that kind of negativity in your life. What, heals can't crit? But heals can't crit. At least I don't think heals can crit in this game. That's just factual information they're trying to provide to the community. You should be able to. If they can't, the game is flawed. I mean, no game is perfect, and this game certainly follows that same status. There are definitely things that are wrong. Can I please use my attacks? No? Okay, thanks. That's fine. And as a healer main for the past few years, I'm sad, like being able to randomly full heal someone off a critical heal. So I think crits can heavy, which doubles the amount of heal, but they can't crit. So there's two types of like bonus damage hits. You're gonna get yourself killed there, bud. Okay, Daddy'll save you. Well, I'm glad I have your permission, Charles. Thank you. Thank you very much. Without your permission, I don't know if I would be able to let myself do it. I may have ended up just permanently leaving the guild if we were going to be friends. With a guild you didn't approve of. Did you at least log in to Once Human long enough to use the 3 codes given the dev stream? Total 3 butterflies, choice, 1,000 starcom, and other stuff? I did not, actually. I did not. I'm just not capable of logging in for piddly stuff like that. Like, I don't, it's not gonna hurt my account to not be able to get that stuff. You know, 1,000 less starcom is kind of whatever. It's not even on the radar, but you need starcom for the weapon / armor coming. I mean, that's true. Absolutely do. But I'll get more. It'll be fine. He grabbed me and I grabbed him at the same time. That's funny. So I found a treasure goblin yesterday over here in the orcs. And it dropped me 3 blues and a purple. Because I killed it all by myself. So if you ever find a treasure goblin, BRV, you gotta walk some checks down to the accounting department. Hey, yeah, have fun with that. I love that you're just at work. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Everybody. Don't ask me why I have the Backstreet Boys stuck in my head, but I do. That's right. Was my jam in elementary school, let me tell you. I used to sing it like every day on the bus, going back from school. Because there was this girl who rode the bus that I had a crush on. And singing was my only talent back then. Alright, let's go pick up our rewards from our excursion. Claim the rewards. Then we go on another excursion. For another 8 hours. And then the next one we open should be the Daybreak Shore, which gives us the ability to gain the fishing rod. I used to scare the kids on my bus because I would go from singing Backstreet Boys to Linkin Park, then Drowning Pool and Disturbed, and then Eminem. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my goodness, I need more space, I need more stuffs. Hey, what's up, Saros? How are you today? How are you? Leave the Amatoy house. Apparently, I have to get all of these Amatoys because you get like a 7% increased drop rate from the Amatoys. Let's see here. Amatoys. It doesn't even say. But yeah, apparently I gotta go get all of these. I gotta figure out how to collect them. This one comes out of Mystic Globes in certain places. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta do all that stuff. Crap. Let's go back home. We're back to the city. I mean, when you have a kid suddenly bust out in a Barry White voice rapping Eminem on the bus. I like Eminem's old stuff. Reminds me of the good old days. Oh, I have to actually do my contracts first. Okay. Okay, well. We're not doing so good all of a sudden. Pull my head out of my butt here. Wonder if Watcher's Post is gonna give me the contracts that I need. I want to do contracts up here in the basin because I need that helmet. So I want to just be staying up there in the basin. Let's see, what are these? Armor, and these are skill growth books. Let's see about some skill growth books. Orc Shaman and Orc Soldiers. Okay. That's easy enough. We'll accept that one and refresh. Sword of Fire. Activate. Okay, we can do that one. Easy enough. No, I need the helmet. Absolutely need the helmet. There's no world in which I can be an effective tank without my helmet. It's not a purple helmet, it's a blue helmet. And you gotta have at least blue gear. All the way tiered up. I think that's important. Bonus base and gatherable items, sure. And Orc Brawlers and destroy Orc Barrels. You're gonna accept that one too. Let that refresh one more time. Hey, we still haven't gotten any freaking pouches. Why does this game hate me? Why don't you want me to have pouches? I want pouches. You should want me to want pouches.
It's right in front of me and I can't take it.
I want you to want me. Hey, look at this person over here killing all this stuff. I come help. Ammo. Hey, look at all these soldiers and brawlers right up here for me. Hey, buddies. Just go for the Shadow Harvester's mask for the helm, skip blue completely? Yeah, absolutely not. Can't just be skipping tiers. When you skip tiers, bad things happen. Alright, soldier. Brawler, soldier. Brawler. I mean, this game doesn't cater to casuals and new players by just dropping them legendaries. No. No, it does not. This game is a long, hard slog. You have to... I mean, just getting my traded blues is going to take forever. One of the blues that I want doesn't drop until just now. We just got the boss for it. It's the Meisenrock boss or whatever. And so I gotta kill him like a bajillion freaking times until I finally get that leg and boot pieces from him. And then I gotta kill him a million more times until I get leg and boot pieces for the traits for him. Because they're gonna be expensive as hell for sure. I might use trait on... Oh no, I can't use trait unlock stones on blues, that's right. Which is really, really silly. I think they should let us use trait unlock stones on blues. Is it the Acolyte hood that you're going for? No, it's this helm that I already have one of, the Visor of Resistance, because it gives melee evasion. And I need more melee evasion. The health regen isn't great, but I'll take it. It's good enough. I also have enough tokens to do 13 dungeons, because I've been being a slacker about clearing dungeons. Mostly because I just don't need anything out of the dungeons, and I never get anything anyway. Yeah, I got intricate leather boots. I seem to be dropping a lot more greens and stuff here than I ever did when I was fighting over in the skeleton area, though. I don't know why I'm getting more drops here, but I feel like I am, and I'm very much enjoying it. Okay, let's see. Defeat 3 more orc brawlers, collect gatherables. What else do we gotta do over here? Kill... Nope, that's not Phonos. Yeah, so it just looks like brawlers, mana recording device, and gatherables. I'm pretty sure there's another thing that I have to do over here, though. Let's take a look around and see if I can't find the mana recording device. More gatherables. There's a Moonstone. I swear a few days ago everyone was saying SnS Greatsword. Yeah, I just googled best tank gear in TNL. It gave me those pieces as entry-level gear. Shadow Harvester is in-game gear, but also apparently SnS Wand has become the best tank in TNL. SnS Wand absolutely is the best tank in TNL, and definitely for PvE content. And I don't think that's ever been reasonable to dispute. If you're talking about PvP content, then SnS Greatsword is extremely powerful because of its ability to brawl and actually deal significant damage. But because you have the sleep and because you have so much control over enemy players, again, just as a full tank, right, as the person who's trying to control the battlefield and manipulate, you know, where the enemy is and what the enemy is doing, the tank is still, or the Sword and Shield Wand is still absolutely the best at that. I don't think there's a single class in the game that has more ability to control more people than the SnS Wand does. I think people get too caught up in being the one who gets the kills and doing the damage and all that stuff, and they forget that there are lots of other things that have to go on in order to win a game. A precious base material chance chests. I get a lot of those up here too. Like a lot. Where is the mana recording device? I might have to just go ahead and look in the old map here. I don't want to fight you. Just go away so I can look at my map, please. Investigate the mana recording device. Oh, it's way up there. Okay. Just follow the road. Follow the road. Yeah, this game surprisingly has a lot of the PvP in this game is surprisingly diverse and requires a lot more strategy and support than a lot of other similar PvPs. It's not just about hitting the enemy as hard as you can. Well, this isn't a mana recording device at all. Because you can do, you know, lots of sleeping and stuff like that. And honestly, I need to change my war build before we go to war today to try and work on hitting some big sleeps and stuff like that, because we're going to war for a Boonstone today. And so far, not a ton of people have said that they're going to be there. Let's go look at the announcements here. Yeah, it only looks like 17 of us have said that we're going to be there, which is not a lot. So there's probably going to be a greater number on the other side. And I am going to have to try and mitigate that by trying to sleep some of them so we can bring the numbers back down to a reasonable level. Okay, we got that complete. So where is my mana recording device? Okay. This way. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I need to level up that skill anyway. Very important. Okay, so it is up there. Now how the flip do I get up there? I don't think this is how I get up there. It's almost how I get up there. But it's not quite. Okay. Game really doesn't want me trying to do that. It's freaking out. Please let me up. Oh, I almost made it. Almost made it. Stop shoosting me. I love being a tank and being so much stronger than these enemies. I can literally just run through their camp and let them all attack me, and they don't even matter. I've barely taken any damage. This mana recording device is in the middle of freaking nowhere. What an obnoxious... There's got to be an easier way to get over here. I'm gonna have to find it on my way down. Because this is silly. Absolutely silly. Alright. So I'm pretty sure we're down to where we just need to kill some orc brawlers. One more orc brawler. Alright. Looks like you're it, buddy. Dunzo. Fantastic. Now let's run away so that I can teleport again. So that I can go get some more of these and do it all over again. Because why not? Why freaking not? Look at that. Whoa. I just almost went off the cliff. That is an area that isn't open yet up there. Across that bay. That's going to be exciting. I can't wait. I mean, there's so much map that sort of already exists. We're only going to get this right here. Coming up here real soon. And I think this section here opens when we get the expansion that's going to bust us up to level 55 and give us tier 2 gear. But most of this map, maybe we get this whole section here, I don't know. But most of the map doesn't really have anything in it yet, but it already looks like it's kind of built. So we've got a lot of area still to uncover that they've already started working on. And I mean, there's just so much empty ocean down here. I imagine there will eventually be some stuff populated down here, maybe in years, that they add to the game. But that's something you can always count on for Korean games, is that the scale or the scope of the world is really huge. There's just tons and tons and tons of places to go, so I'm really looking forward to that. Let's see. We got a new Sabaton. What do these have? Hit chance and ranged evasion with ranged endurance. Probably just gonna go ahead and lithograph those. Boom, put those in there. Nice. Then let's go through. Okay, we already found everything in here. Okay, let's teleport back to the city here. And get some more contracts. And then, so the Boon fight, or the Boonstone fight, is happening right down here. So it's actually 6 o'clock my time. I thought it was 6 o'clock Pacific, but it is 6 o'clock Central. So it's not happening for another 4.5 hours. But then we fight over a Boonstone. I don't even know which one we're fighting. It actually might be the Blazed Bandits that we're fighting. No idea. But we definitely need to win it. For sure. Kill orc soldiers. We can absolutely kill orc soldiers. Refresh. Not gonna go kill stupid skeletons. Not gonna kill zombies. Orc soldiers. We can kill orc soldiers and orc archers. Absolutely. Not killing skeletons. Orc archers. Or orc brawlers. Yep. Already got to do that. Stealing the cake thing. Undead, undead, undead. Wow, all of those are undead. How obnoxious. Orc soldiers and destroy a weapon rack. Easy enough. And orc brawlers. Easy enough. Sad day, no pouches. No pouches at all today. That makes me hecka sad.
It's right in front of me and I can't take it.
Alright, let's get crazy with it. Come here, everybody. Come on, everybody, take a walk with me. Way down in Mississippi, down in New Orleans. I honestly expected to take more damage doing that. We're going to have to get even crazier. And aggro even more enemies. Can't run too far though, or things start running back to their starting points. Get your butt over here, Mr. Archer. Hey, a rare parchment. Isn't that something nice? Thanks, game. Grab this dude. Grab these dudes. Everybody come and fight. Law. Law. I can fight everything. All at once. Because I'm invincible. And I only have like just under 2400 combat power too. Which is kind of insane because there are people who already have like 2700 here on this server. In my hive even, or in my guild even. Which means I am not really all that overly powerful. Alright, Let's gather all you fellas up. Come over here. Come on now. Yeah, what was the controversy going on where I guess an Asian guild full of 70, 30, 20, 3,200 players transferred from early access? Yeah. So, apparently, that's also something that happened in my server. The #1 guild here, a lot of them are from an early access server, is what my guild leader said anyway. I have no personal experience as to whether or not that's true, but I guess it's been happening on basically every server that early access guilds transferred over. But I imagine those people are eventually going to lose their accounts or get sent back to their original servers, which, if they get sent back to their original servers, is going to be hilarious, because they're going to end up being extremely underpowered, because they haven't been able to continue to farm those things. So if they didn't have 100% of their build before they came over, then they're actually going to end up in a really bad position, because they won't be able to get the items that they need to finish out their builds here. So one of the things that is also a problem, though, is your Lucent, your premium currency, is shared across your accounts. So some people even weren't doing the whole transfer thing, but they played the early access, and then they got a bunch of Lucent on those accounts, and then they opened up characters on the regular servers, and already had, you know, a couple of tens of thousands of Lucent, and so they were able to just instantly buy tons and tons of gear to get themselves leveled up and stuff really, really fast, and get themselves more powerful. So yeah, there have been some issues with the handling of that stuff. They definitely should have just done a game wipe and made everyone start over on launch day. That's what happened with Once Human, WoW, etc., and it's normal practice. I mean, I suppose. I don't mind having, because those servers were supposed to be completely separate, right? The early access servers have their own shared auction house, and we have our own shared auction house, and so those things are not supposed to interact with each other at all. They just kind of messed up when they did some of the transferring and didn't isolate those servers for transfer. So, Belt of Divine Refreshment. Let's see. What does this silence trait go for? Silence resist, 120? Absolutely worth. Absolutely worth. Ooh, I got another nice. Plus melee hit chance? Yes, please. Yes, freaking please. So that stuff was just all supposed to be completely independent anyway. Yeah, no, I think that would be absolutely a good idea. I mean, we knew we weren't supposed to do it, so it is a bit of an exploit. But I don't mind not banning people for stuff like that, especially because they're going to end up being weaker in their original servers if they have to go back to them now. So, you know, they tried to have a power advantage over us, and now they're going to end up having a power detriment on their original servers. So I say, yeah, just send them back. Make them deal with that. Steal a food crate. Where's the food crate? Okay, all the way over on the far side, over by the fire cave. I haven't ever been in the fire cave. I actually probably should go in there and see what's up. They might have some enemies and stuff that I want to kill, because I really just want to kill brawlers and the brawler chiefs, because they drop the helmet that I want. So when I'm farming over here, those are the only enemies I really want to be killing on a consistent basis. Let's go run around inside the fire cave and see what's up. What's up, nerd? What are you doing? There's a food crate there. Alright, all done. Doesn't really look like anything too crazy. Let's go see if there's a chief down here or anything. Maybe another spawn for the goblin. The loot goblin. Oh, this is actually way bigger than I thought. This is kind of cool. Oh, and there's another entrance. Okay. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'm just gonna go out here because I can teleport from out here. The enemies won't be attacking me. I'm gonna play this weekend and get at least 5 of those helmets and then join your Discord and screenshot. See, now why do you gotta be such an asshole? There's no need for that. No need for that at all. Don't have to be a dick.
Einar's blessings are like an overflowing.
All right. Let's buy our 5 keys. And let's buy our daily precious pouch. Let's open our precious pouch. Come on. Give me a heroic blade. Ooh, heroic broadsword. That is not the worst thing. Oh, heavy attack chance too. That actually might be alright. Let's see what we get here. Great extraction, heavy attack chance. Let's see what it's looking like. Heavy attack chance, 308. Selling 213. Yeah. Yeah, we're extracting that. Yo, yo, Fluffy, what's up? How are you today? Did you see that you're getting a polar jelly style, or you're getting some more ice deviations in the next one? Are you excited?
See you next time. You're welcome to have a look. Items may be low, but I still have a wide assortment. Choose as you will.
Need extraction stones. Do I have enough to get 5 of these? No. I'm glad for you. I'm very glad for you. You deserve new deviations that you actually want to play. Where are my trade extraction stones? I just bought 4 trade extraction stones. They're not here. Did you steal my trade extraction stones, guy?
I'm in a good mood today. Let's spend all these coins.
Oh, it's because my inventory is full. I get it. I get it. I sat in on the dev lunch call thing. Oh yeah? How'd that go? Any exciting news? I did not sit it on that. This stuff can go in here for now. Oh, we need 25 of these. The Eternal Sun looks interesting for burn. It actually rewards you for using Dual Fury and being close. Ooh, nice. I love the Dual Fury. I love the Dual Fury. I will definitely rock some of that action. I want to add this so bad, but I need the Lucent. Hey, there we go. 640. What's the next one I should get? Honestly, I think the bow or the broadsword. Yes, Dual Fury can set you on fire, that is correct. I heard some stuff about new deviation, but wasn't able to pay attention enough for anything good. But the deviant itself can set you on fire if you are close to it. Oh, interesting. But yeah, the Dual Fury does set you on fire, so... We're going to purchase ourselves our broadsword skin here, and just keep working. I'd like to try and get all these skins, so I just need to keep playing every day. So I can get all the points. I guess there's some good stuff down here. Like a resistance contract, extra pass. Actually, I need to buy all these too. So these are 10 packs. These are singles. But I'll just stick with the broadsword then, and then I'll just buy the rest of this stuff if I can. How much longer do I have on this season pass? Ends on the 31st. Okay, so I got time. I got time. Don't care about the mirror boutique. Okay, we're good. And then we're going to go to the shop. We're going to go down here to these coins. And we need 21 more of these. Oop. Purchase 20. Purchase 1. Guess I'm going to switch from Jaws to Boom Boom during Way of Winter. I have 4-piece shelter at 3-star. The Boom Boom is 4 or 5-star. Barbecue gloves at 5. Oh, dang. Charles, you all set up for the Boom Boom. That's good stuff. That's exciting to hear. The Boom Boom is such a cool weapon. I love the LMGs. So I'm glad to see that some of the LMG builds are getting a little love. Because the LMGs are hella fun. Alright, hey, collect our 90 there. That's nice. Let's put this up. This is cheapest 315. So let's just put it up for 300 here. And accept that. Gonna get another 250 or so from that, so we'll be up to 700. We ought to be able to fill out a couple of more weapons or pieces of armor there. Plus, I'm pretty sure Shelterer is actually a better set for the Gulped lore than Lone Wolf. Could be wrong. No, I agree with you. Shelterer is absolutely a better set. It was the set that I was running when I was playing Gulped lore. For sure. The Gulped lore is such an easy weapon to build for, though, because you definitely want weak spot damage, because you have to shoot him in the weak spot to get it to trigger, and weak spot damage directly translates into explosion damage. You want status and elemental damage because that directly affects the explosion damage. And then you want crit damage because the explosion crits. So, like, the Gulp lore is just such a simple weapon to build. There's almost no drawback to it. You just slap extra damage on there of any and all types you can find. And you're good to go. Oh, 5% movement speed, strength dex. This is a great... Great item. Okay. Okay. We're done with those. We bought our keys. Let's go do our little run here. Since I already know where to get some in the Shattered Temple, I'm just going to go back there. So Boom Boom with Gold Lore and Max Star long axe on the side. So the problem with the boom boom is while you can't do any weak spot really, or you don't want to do any weak spot really with the boom boom, because you're not necessarily going to be hitting weak spots because it's an LMG. Of course, the LMGs are fairly accurate, so maybe you can just go ahead and rock the weak spot damage on the boom boom. But the problem is that the snipers are also reliant on weak spot damage that they almost don't go with anything else because nothing else has the accuracy to consistently be hitting the weak spots like the sniper rifles do. And so you end up in this really weird position where you either have to forego your really high damage potential with weak spots with your sniper rifles, or you have to try and hit weak spots with your secondary weapon. And it's really not great. Okay, so there's one over here. And then one on the bridge, and then one way beyond. Nice. Can we get to that one on the bridge? Yes, we can. Oh, this one's not on the bridge. It's way down here somewhere. Ah, there it is. So that's number 3. Trait conversion stones. I really need those. Ooh, and I opened a portal. Nice. Very, very nice. Oh, and there it is, way up there. So when you actually get really close to it, I've never noticed this before because you have to get so close, but it actually has a very small little icon on the mini-map here. Speaking of not great, I really hate what they did with Forsaken Giant. The new pro mode is way too hard. Oh, what did they do to it? Did they add health or... Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to do that from here. I'm going to have to go over, probably up on top of there, and fly over. And then there's that one right up there, what I'll get. And that'll be 4. Then I'll just need to find one more. And that'll work great. They made it harder to hit his weak spot. Oh, okay. When his hands are closed or covering his face, his slam now causes the black goo stuff all over the floor in the area where it hit. And the big beefy boys now. Oh, interesting. They're just trying to make it impossible to solo that thing, aren't they? Hey, what's up, Gooch? How are you today? No! I freaking missed it. I suck. I suck at everything. Streamlabs can still start a pistol for giving me a warning yesterday. That's funny. That's funny.
Sir, it's the Archeum Legion. They're here to awaken Osriel's apprentices in the Shattered Temple.
If those
I don't care about the Archeum Legion.
telling how much damage they'll do. Go request aid from the
A little frustrated with Once Human right now. Just need a break. Too sweaty for me.
Archeum is trying to awaken highly dangerous specters in the temple.
I'm good with the sweatiness of Once Human. I'm not good with some of the other things. Like the quantity of freaking cosmetics they're putting out. Especially if they're going to be putting them out for so expensive. Like, that's just a lot of time and energy going into that stuff, and a lot of money going to pay a lot of artists for that stuff. And I don't think that the artists shouldn't get paid. I just think that maybe there's some prioritization that could be done. Okay. I'm gonna get mad if I can't get this, because I'm too stupid. It was ridiculous yesterday. Rosetta and Mayflies both were just spamming camping Theta entrance and killing people as they entered. Or left the silo. Why were they camping that silo specifically?
Sir, the Society's wizards are on the way.
That doesn't even make sense. Silo Theta's not anything. Especially not in the PvP one.
Apprentices are sealed.
Yes, sir. Now deploying Lightbringer Society guard towers.
So silly. So silly. Hey, look, it's somebody named Spicy Pie. They're in one of my allied guilds. Oh, do we actually have allied guilds again? They're not all gone this time. Let's go see. Friendly guilds. Hey, heals can't crit Emissary and Cleave. Nice. Let's go search. What is Emissary? Who is Emissary? Oh my goodness. Not in the top 100? That's interesting. Because it's the newest one that just unlocked, everyone wants to farm it for Dr. Teddy. And they just want to be assholes. I mean, that's fair. They are assholes. Really? No, it's just like straight up impossible to get on there.
Do you think we can stop the Archeum Legion?
But I mean, it's sweaty with no end goal. I agree about the loot crates too. They aren't doing themselves any favors. I just never look at them, so it doesn't
Archeum never makes it easy.
get to me too much. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at too, is I just never look at them. But that's kind of the point, is because they're so expensive to get all the stuff, it's completely useless to, 98% of the player base of that game. Because most people aren't going to spend $600 every 2 weeks to get all of the new cosmetics. The average player maybe has $600 a year to spend on your cosmetics, if that. And so why would you, I mean, honestly, that's not average at all, but maybe 20% of your player base might be able to drop $600 a year on your game to buy all those loot crates and stuff. So if you're setting it up where every 2 weeks people are seeing all these new cosmetics come out, rocking $600 every 2 weeks, how am I supposed to decide as a more casual spender which loot box I want to go for. Right, so you're just creating this horrible FOMO experience that's going to drive basically all of your players away. Holy crap, I got it. I wouldn't spend $600. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either, but really? All I got was a precious emerald ore from that? Okay, now I'm angry.
Adventurers, defeat Galoo and spectral wizards and collect light fragments.
This game is intentionally trying to upset me.
Once our guard tower has enough,
I know it is.
we can unleash a powerful attack.
I know it is. Yeah, so I mean, it's just such a... Which is really too bad, because that game was doing such a good job of being a game that was for the players and not for some corporate greed experience. And they've kind of thrown that away because that much stuff just isn't reasonable. And if you can put out that many cosmetics that quickly, then why are they as expensive as they are? If that's... Oh my goodness, you must be joking. Okay, well, we're gonna go this way and go open up some of these over here, because these are easier to get to. And I'm apparently too stupid. Alright, how did I get up here before? Did I come up here? That where we were at? And then like jump off fly? Whoop. Okay. That's fine. Whatever you say, game. Whatever you say. I saw another grab point back here. Maybe it'll fling me a little higher in the air. Oh. It did no such thing. So, I've been watching the live action version of the Chinese anime, The King's Avatar. Because I'm a huge nerd and I love The King's Avatar. Like, love The King's Avatar. And it has been making me want to play Throne and Liberty specifically so much more, because this game sort of reminds me of the feel of, you know, that game, the PvP aspect and stuff like that. And it's been really getting me hype to want to do some really high-end PvP stuff for this game. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the anime itself, but if you like, video game animes, The King's Avatar is pretty good. The only problem I usually have with it is spoken Chinese is really fast, apparently. And so the subtitles fly across the screen extremely quickly. And I have a hard time keeping up with reading the subtitles because I don't speak Chinese. Because they talk so darn fast in that show. But other than that, really good, and I really enjoyed it. It's nice to see more mainstream type content coming out of more countries, you know? In the past probably 5 years or so, I've started to end up watching a lot more even regular TV shows from countries other than the US, where for a very long time, almost 100% of the content I consumed was generated here in the United States. So I'm glad to see that, you know, we're getting a lot more really high production value content out of a lot more places. And we got our last one. Coin chest. Must have given me the resistance coins, the contract coins. Interesting. Well, we kind of got hosed today on our... But on the bright side, I can progress Gooch I TNL. Take a break, ready for winter. I don't know what that said. But yes, it is good to take breaks. Absolutely. Good to take breaks and play a different game. You're almost dead there, bud. You okay? Here. Have some heals. Okay.
Everyone, you must work together to gather as many light fragments as
You know where a good place to do some PvP might be is down in one of the dungeons during the nighttime. That's something that I need to get my guild members to be interested in. Cornelius, Talus, Excavator. Probably gonna go ahead and do Talus. And then maybe go try and fight over Cornelius. But because you get, during conflict times, I think you get additional drop chance down in the dungeons. So, you know, going into these places at night and fighting might be a good idea. Especially since you only have, you know, maybe 30 minutes or so of tokens every day. If we were going down during PvP time and actually fighting to get our stuff done down there, we might have a much better chance of getting some good gear drops while doing our stuff down there. There's also a food that gives you 10% token efficiency up here with the Abyssal Contract tokens. That's pretty good. Let's go see our milestones. Let's see. We just opened up a bunch of Boonstones. Today we are opening up the Sanctum of Desire. Nice. Hey, what's up, Wiggling Penguin? How are you today? Glad to see you back. Alright, we got 45 minutes until the bosses open up. We're gonna do Talus, I think, because this wand is super valuable. Let's take a look. Did our things sell? Hey, it did. We got our 300 there. 749 loosen. Fantastic. So let's see about upgrading some gear here. Let's look into our info. First thing, we already bought that. Okay. I definitely want to look into bettering that. This is good. I need to change all of these accessories. I don't like any of these, but this belt is really good. With its melee defense and melee evasion. So I want to get another trait for that, and I want to get 2 more traits for this. So let's take a look at what the available traits are here. We go to conversion, and then it tells us. So we can get health regen, skill damage resist. Skill damage resist is a big one. So we already have debuff duration reduction and max health. So the next one I want to get is skill damage resist, but I think this one's actually wildly expensive for this belt. Well, I may not be able to get that. And then if we go look at the helmet, we have ranged endurance. I either want max health and melee evasion, or melee evasion and melee endurance. But I definitely want ranged endurance. I'm not going to do 2 types of evasion. I'm going to focus almost entirely on melee evasion. And then I'm also going to do melee endurance and ranged endurance. Because with evasion, if you don't have more evasion than the enemy has hit chance, then your evasion is totally useless. So I am going to focus in on getting as much melee evasion as possible, and ultimately being able to defeat those greatsword users, so that I can try and control them and get them off of my backline. And then I'm going to use ranged endurance to help me stand up to, you know, archers and stuff like that who are attacking me during that. Just in my first run of the Roaring Temple, was such a noob. Hey, I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere, right? You got to be a noob before you can be good at it. I haven't done the Roaring Temple yet, I don't think. So I don't even know what the mechanics are, because I haven't watched any videos on it at all. Oh no, I did do the boss fight here. That's true. Did the boss fight one time. And now you know what to do for the Temple of Slaughter, because the mechanics will almost be the same. So you're good. My healer mage was flaming me because he died to a fireball. Oh. Yeah. Womp womp. Sucks to be him. Guess he should get good. Okay. Well, let's go to the auction house. And let's look up... I didn't know that I had to tank those. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've never done it before, then how would you possibly know? People just have to be willing to allow people to make mistakes and learn. Because how are you supposed to know what you don't know? You know what I mean? Like, what a stupid thing to get upset about. Skill damage resistance on Belt of Combat Prowess. Okay. Gosh, this is going to be so expensive. Belt of Combat. Look at... Ooh, only 250. Heck yeah. Buying that right meow. Booyah, dude. Booyah. Let's go ahead and level that bad boy up. Unlock our new trait here. I did ask for the mech in chat, but no one replied. Well, there you go. You did everything you could. I know a lot of people expect you to watch YouTube videos and stuff on those things, but I don't necessarily think that's a requirement. If you don't want to watch a YouTube video, don't watch a YouTube video. And if you refuse to play with people who maybe don't know the mechanics, then don't pug. Like, that's just the way it is. If you're so obsessed with everybody knowing the mechanics before they fight, then find a group of people who are willing to go and watch the mechanics every time, right? This is a really guild-focused game. You have a guild. Go find guildies. And just play with those people. Otherwise, get bent. Ooh, I need a new cloak too. Gosh, I need so many more pieces of equipment. Now let's look for... What was my helmet again? My helmet is the Visor of Resistance, and I need melee evasion, melee endurance, or health.
Everyone, you must work together.
Visor of the Resistance. Whoops. Go back to that. Cool. So max health is super expensive, but I can get melee evasion and melee endurance pretty cheap. And ranged endurance is kind of expensive here, so let's just do endurance and evasion instead of going for the max health. Because what's better than having lots of hit points, not getting hit, and needing those hit points anyway? So, melee endurance. Fantastic. Then we go over to our enchanting table, and we enchant this up real quick. Unlock trait. Unlock trait. Booyah. So I don't actually need any of these helmets anymore. Now we have ranged endurance, melee evasion, melee endurance. If we need to level up on our helmet. So we're going to go back to auction, and now we only need helmets in order to finish this out. So let's go to melee evasion is the most important one. So that's the one we're going to start with. And we want that for armor, apply, head armor specifically. I can buy these for just 50 a piece, so that's only 100 more to finish that one out. Got that one. Got that one. So the next one that we need is melee endurance. So apply that, go back to head. We've got just 20 for each of these. So we buy that one, and we buy that one. And then the last one we need is ranged endurance, will probably be even cheaper. Boom, just 10. Oh, that's a glove. Just 14 or 15 here, accept. And accept. And now that entire piece is going to be done. We're just going to enchant, enchant, go down here, enchant, enchant, go down here, enchant, enchant. Nice. So now, for our gear, we have completed helmet, completed chest piece, completed gloves, completed sword, not completed secondary weapon. We're up to 2444 for our combat power. We still don't even have the leggings and the boots that we want, and we don't have any of these 3 accessories that we want. But we also have a completed necklace with melee defense and melee endurance, and we almost have a completed belt. The max health for this belt is going to be really expensive to finish, as well as the skill damage resistance. So this belt is actually going to be an extremely expensive piece to complete. I only have 100 more lucent. We are going to check here if I can maybe get that debuff duration all maxed out. But let's now take a look at our stats. Our melee evasion is finally up to 700, which is fantastic. And we're going to get another 120 from both our boots and our leggings when we get those. So that's another 240. We're going to be up to 940 in melee evasion, which is going to be more than enough for most PvP. That's not quite enough for all of the great swords. They usually get up to about 1k when they get all their build going. So we are going to need to get a little more. But that should be enough for most of the other types of fighters that we might come up against, and anybody who doesn't have their complete greatsword set, we'll be able to overcome those. We don't have a ton of ranged endurance, but we're going to get another 240 here. But the melee endurance here is extremely high, so very good defenses here. Increases the chance of evading crit hits and taking minimum damage from melee attacks. If your stat is higher than the target's melee crit hit chance, for every 10 points of difference, chance increases by about 1%. As the difference increases, efficiency decreases. So this is going to help me not take big hits, even when I am taking hits from those greatswords, which is great.
Your life is mine next time we meet.
Keep your guards up. They will surely return, but we'll be ready for them.
Yes, sir.
So let's go into the auction house here, and let's look for belts, so accessories, with... do I have... Actually, max HP should be all the way up here. So let's look at what the belts with max HP are looking like. Yeah, that's going to be so expensive. Okay, so not looking at that one. Let's see about skill damage resistance. I had to tinker with my skills and specializations. Enjoying SnS wand a bit more now. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. I was having such a hard time dealing damage and farming in the open world, but I finally got a rotation down, and I am having much more fun with that now. It is absolutely imperative. Skill damage resistance, here we go. That you find... Ooh, I can't believe... Oh, those aren't belts. Okay, those are going to be expensive too. Goodness, this belt is going to cost me almost 1,000 lucent all by itself. And the last thing was debuff duration reduction, which I think should be pretty cheap. Nope. No, it's not. Okay. Where do I get this belt at, actually? Let's look at... Let's turn off that, apply that, then let's just try and find the belt of combat prowess. Where do I get this? Because as expensive as these are, Shade Wizards in the Temple of Siliveth. Okay, so that one's opening up soon for the end game. And the Grey Claws. Okay. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Let's collect some more rewards here that I didn't contribute to at all. Wonderful, thank you all. Really appreciate that. I need to do some more tinkering now for my PvP skills. For... this, because I need to work on getting my sleep skill up, and I need to sort of change some stuff because I don't really use this damage over time skill that I've got here when I'm doing PvP, so I need to get rid of that and maybe get rid of my provoking roar and use sleep and the one that spreads the sleep so that I can try and lock down large groups of enemies while we fight other enemies. Oh, I can just change this right here. Oh, this is nice. I didn't realize that. Okay. Okay. I see you, game. I see you. Making life all easy and stuff. But we've got our belt. We've got our helmet. What was I farming over here before? I don't think I was really farming anything over here. So... let's go check out the stuff in the dungeon over here. We do have Mines Rock now, so this is the stuff that I want. I want these legs and these boots. Because I want that damage reduction 15. Because I already have that chest piece.
There are many specters around the Soul Stone. Be careful when treading near.
Oh, so these legs and these boots come... No, sorry, I already have the gauntlets. The chest piece is not what I have. And these legs are melee and ranged evasion, and movement speed and max health. So these are all stats that are really going to help me. Whereas some of the other stuff isn't necessarily exactly what I'm looking for. My goal with this build is literally just to make myself as difficult to kill as possible. I'm not going to worry so much about overcoming CC and stuff like that, because I want people to blow their CCs on me. Because if they blow them on me, they're not blowing them on my allies. And I just want to be able to stand there and eat that damage as much as humanly possible. Because if I get any sort of reprieve from the damage at all, then I should be able to use, you know, my healing skills to overcome that damage. Okay, well, I can't get up there. Isn't that nice? Sometimes, game. Sometimes. But as long as I can get a brief reprieve to heal myself, at least sometimes, we should be good to go. I think that's kind of how I'm going to play it, is I'm just going to run in there and start sucking people in and pushing people around and moving people like that. Maybe try and get some sleeps off, and then just be such a disrupting force that people want to kill me. Because people really hate losing their agency, right? They hate being slept. They hate being pushed or pulled because it interrupts their combos, and it's just really, really annoying. And so it will cause a pretty significant amount of rage. And hopefully they will decide to attack me. And then I'll just eat all that damage and heal myself up and laugh a little bit. And go about my day. But I'm glad to be over 2400 combat power. That makes me happy. Makes me very, very happy. So, what to do for the next 27 minutes? Actually, what I need to do is I need to figure out what blue cloak I'm getting. So let's look at armor pieces, let's look at cloaks. Of all this. Let's just look at rares. Let's see what's available. Warlord Shroud, hit chance, health regen. Not terrible. Hit chance, critical hit chance, we don't want. Critical hit chance, melee evasion. Weaken chance, mana regen. So hit chance, health regen is probably where we're at. Critical hit chance just doesn't help me at all. Because I have so little, I'm not going to get crit hits. So we don't want to worry about that. But I do need some hit chance. I am pretty weak on the hit chance. The Warlord Shroud. Let's see what we have in the way of stuff here. So health, skill damage resistance, debuff duration, weaken resistance, sleep resistance, health regen. So again, we're probably just going to be going for the same stuff that we were doing on the belt. Just debuff duration, skill resistance, and max health. These are all fairly cheap here though. So that'll be nice. I don't get the prio traits yet for a PvE tank. For PvE, I think your evasions are going to be big. I don't know exactly how the enemies deal with like heavy hits and crit hits. But I think primarily the damage from your PvE encounters is just basic regular attacks. And basic skill attacks, I don't think they really heavy hit or crit hit very much. So I think just getting the evasions and being able to avoid the hits, and then just having high defense to the different damage types. Let's take a look at, yeah, so my melee defense is 2000, my range defense is 1700, and even my magic defense is fairly high. So these stats here are decreasing the damage I take pretty significantly. So I think these are pretty important. And then just evasions, or endurances, I guess. If you want to just pick endurance over evasion, then that's fine too. But, you know, most of your enemies in your dungeons so far have been melee. Honestly, most of the enemies in the game are melee, with a small number of, you know, magic or ranged enemies. But I feel like you end up with a lot more melee than you do ranged in PvE. So just focusing on your melee stuff is going to help you, I think, a lot more in PvE than anything else. Although that may change in some future dungeons, or I may just be talking out of my butthole. But I don't think I am. Let's use these up real quick. Okay. Let's go kill some stuff. Go over here and kill these. I don't need this helmet anymore, but the helmet was actually really valuable with its skills. So maybe we'll just come over here and farm everything. Kill every type of enemy. That could be fun. Let's see how crazy we can get with it. Making big old pulls. Here we go. Get over here, buddy. Get over here, buddy. Alright, here we go. Let's just get stupid with it. Not even taking damage. What's up, y'all? What are you even doing with your lives over here? Just wasting them. You can't do nothing. Get wrecked. That was a lot of fun. Didn't lose any mana. Didn't lose any health. Just totally healthy. Good to go. 4 levels away from max, so I'll probably look at it after. Yeah, I definitely think you just kind of need to get to level 50 before you worry too much about what you're doing with your skills and stuff like that. You can get through the early game pretty much just hodgepodge and everything. And not really worrying about it. But do make sure that you do get all of your green gear up to level 6 before you move into blue gear, and then get all your blue gear up to level 9 before you move into purple gear. And, you know, make sure you trait your blue gear and start thinking about what you're going to use. I messed up a little bit, and I started, like, using gear. So, it's easier to find good green gear that you want to use than it is to find good blue gear, because early on in the life cycle of the server, not every piece of blue gear is available, and so you may find yourself only being able to get pieces that you don't actually really want. So it honestly might even be a better idea to just go ahead and trade out your green gear for those pieces of blue that you can't get exactly what you want yet, and then move into the blues once the blues open up. For example, I've got those leggings and those boots that I don't actually want, and I've already put some traits into those, which was a huge mistake, but I've also leveled those all the way up to level 9. And while that's kind of okay, because level 9 is a pretty big bump from level 6, it also means that I don't have traits on those, because I don't want to waste Lucent on buying traits for those items, or, you know, waste potentially tradable traits to put on those items. So I have no traits, and you can only have 2 traits on a green. But if you got a green that had base stats that you were actually going to use, plus you had 2 good traits on there, that's quite a bit more powerful than a blue item that doesn't have base stats that you want, and that you don't have traits on because it doesn't have base stats that you want. So you might end up finding yourself more powerful with green gear than you are with blue gear in those situations. And then if you trait that green gear up, right, it's really inexpensive to trade up green gear because nothing costs more than 10 Lucent, and you can honestly just go farm the traits yourself because green gear drops pretty readily. And you'll be able to use greens then to trade up your blues, because you'll get blessings from those max traded greens when you feed them into your blues. So there's a lot of power potential there to be had. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to go ahead and really focus on your greens. Oh man, didn't realize that I just automatically transferred my level 6 greens to blues. Yeah, I did the exact same thing, and I don't, like I said, I don't think it's really a big deal. It's certainly not nearly as big a deal when you're moving from green to blue as it is when you're moving from blue to purple. If you don't max trait your blues and totally level up your blues before you move into purple, then you are absolutely going to hurt your overall power. But just doing it from green to blue isn't really as much of an issue. But it's just something to be aware of. The system really rewards you for going through the tiers individually and really maxing those tiers out by making it, you know, easier for you to move into the next tier and max out again. So, you know, that's kind of the path the game wants you to take. And so it's the path of least resistance, because it's designed to be done that way. Alright, we may have been getting a little too crazy here, but I don't care. I'm having too much fun with it, so we're gonna keep doing it. Nice. Have I picked up any gear pieces from this? Absolutely none. My goodness. Not even some greens, come on. I just want the gears, yo. Why are you stealing all my enemies? Hate you. Hey, an armored suede tunic. Isn't that nice? And a precious mana steel. Gonna rest now. Hey, yeah, have a good night, Wiglin. Thanks for coming by and saying what's up. And have fun with your sword and shield wand. I am thoroughly enjoying it, so I'm sure you will too. Let's go see about this. Ranged endurance. Probably not a great trait. Whoops. Probably not going to be worth any more than 10. Which, yep. Means I don't really need it, so let's go to the lithograph book. Dump this into the lithograph. I mean, I'm 4.55% of the way there. Completing this book. That's pretty great, right? We just completed a milestone, so I get to claim some rewards here. Thanks, Guildies. Dynamic event, lift the moonlight spell. Oh, so that's happening over in the werewolf area. That's cool. And we're getting Sanctum of Desire, so we're going to be farming the shiznit out of this tomorrow. Because I have a whole mess load of tokens. We got 1,600, so we'll be maxed out on tokens tomorrow. So we're pretty much going to spend all day down in that dungeon doing the Sanctum of Desire. Because we need to use up these tokens. We need to get some gear. And get some stuff selling on the auction house. Make ourselves some more lucent so we can finish up this blues. It's going to be really expensive to trade up our blue pants and our blue boots because they are boss items. So there's just not going to be nearly as many of them. So yeah, we need lots and lots of lucent to make sure that we can do that as quickly and efficiently as possible. Oh, that dude wasn't close enough. Nice. What do we got going on up here? Man, there's just not enough enemies. I need more big packs. Oh, here we go. Here's a pretty good pack. Come fight me. And let's push these archers together. Whoops. I pooched that. Darn it. Pooched it again. I did just realize I was having a really hard time figuring out what time it was, and I was constantly having to go to my map and click over here to see the time. But if you look all the way down in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, way down there in little bitty letters, there's a clock that says the time, which I'm pretty happy with. Alright, let's go over here and stop fighting one enemy at a time. See if we can't get another big pull on. Just run around the whole inside of this. Grab everybody over here. Come here, big fellas. Alright, so here's an archer. Push this archer this way. Alright, looks like we got all the archers. Darn. It's nice to be able to do this so easily on my own. Just be able to run up here and grab all this stuff and get crazy with it. Makes me feel very strong. And I imagine most of the classes could probably do it. Right, if you're one of those classes that does huge damage, then you don't have to worry so much about being able to survive because you just kill everything and that's how you survive. But in my brain, for the sake of my own superiority complex, we're just going to pretend like this is only possible if you can tank all this damage. Because I want the tank to be the best character in every MMO. I think tanks are 100% the most important thing to any MMO composition. Tanks, and then healers, and then DPS. DPS are a dime a dozen. Who cares about the DPS? It's all about getting smacked in the face. Get over here. And it's fun to just be right here in the thick of it. Look at how entertaining that is. Just whacking fools. Alright, let's go back down this way and see if we can't find another big group down here. We got 5 more minutes until the boss. Actually, we've only got 5 more minutes until the bosses happen. Let's go find a spot where we can teleport. Alright, should be good here. And I think we're gonna go to Talus, and then we'll go fight over Cornelius. Because I want this wand so I could sell it. Look at all these fools. So many fools. Alright. So something I learned yesterday after my stream got screwed because the game didn't want to let me play. Or GeForce Now didn't want to let me play. I ended up having to wait like 3 or 4 hours before I was able to play again. But when I got back on, I did a boss and I realized that you can see where your guild has gone, what portal your guild has gone in. Over the portals where it says full, you'll also see a little green number that identifies how many members of your guild have gone in a certain portal at a certain boss as well. Which is super cool. So you can always join up with the homies. Guess I'm gonna have to use these. Well, I mean, I've got a month and a half, I guess, before I have to use these. But I should use them at some point. What do I have? 1 Shadow Crypt, but we've got 50, 85. Yeah, 85 of these other ones. That's nice. We're gonna get so many Abyss coins. And we've got Sanctum of Desire as our lowest. Well, middle. Is this person in my guild? I don't think Zalarix is in my guild. Do we even need... whatever. Let's accept. Let's see. Let's see who these bozos are. Los Pitufos. Los Pitufos. King's Legionary. One for All. And Trash Masters. Y'all are not part of anything related to me, so I'm leaving. Sorry. Just gonna go try and get in with my guildies. Or find the least populated portal I possibly can. What do we have for guild contracts right now? Still just Demonic Conspiracy? I hate this one. Because the only demons are the freaking... What is... Oh, there's only 2 people in this guild. That's funny. They must be a secondary guild for somebody. Oh, probably Cleave. That's funny. Where are we at? So we're still in the top 5. We're at level 14. But these blazed bandits are coming up on us pretty hard. Blue Dawn, I believe, is associated with momentum. Fried Rice is definitely associated with momentum. Norse gods are coming up. Or did they go down one? I don't know. Oh. What do we got here? Busy, full, busy. Just not enough portals in here, are there? Well, since everything looks like it's probably going to be full, we'll just go with the homies. Get another chance for the guild at least to get the gear. Gotta go with the guildies. Hey, there's another sword and shield user. You're a stupid sword and shield greatsword user. You suck at life. Everything about you is terrible. Adobos. There's like 8 people from our guild in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 7, I guess. Maybe there's an 8th running around. Yeah, I think I just can't necessarily see all their names. I can't believe how well this game runs when you have so many people around, though. We're gonna do this Talus, and then we're gonna run over to where Cornelius is, which is down in Sylveth, level 3. And then we're gonna go try and fight over that, because some of this gear is pretty good. I'm also in the process of creating what I think is going to be my tier 1 build in max roll. And then I'm going to set up 3 builds. I'm going to set up the blue build that I want, the blue build that I currently have, and the purple build that I want. And then I'm just going to keep updating my current build on max roll. And then I'll go ahead and create a chat command that will allow you to bring up the links to those so that everybody can go and look, what am I using exactly? And I'll set up all my skills and everything as they are and then as I want them to be. So that people can just take a look at that whenever they want to know exactly what I'm building and what I'm doing. Man, these bosses take way too long to spawn. I really should just stop coming over here until the portal already spawns. Let's go, buddy. Get on out here. Get on out here.
Mobility, preparations,
I can kill you.
detestable, human.
Homie's getting nuked. Oh my goodness. This is hilarious. I am definitely not getting drops from this. It seems to me that the drop chance is sort of related to how much damage you do. And if that's the case, I'm pretty unhappy because that really screws tanks and healers. I'm not 100% sure that that's accurate, but I think it might be. All right. Barely even had to care. And nothing. Every time. Let's go over to Cornelius now. Time for some PvP fun. By fun, I mean getting killed over and over again in PvP. Get out of that, come on. I love being able to glide all the way down into this zone. It's super cool. I don't know where those fools are going, but this is the way I always go. It might not be the best way, but it's the way that I know. And that makes it the best way for me. This Cornelius one is actually going to be kind of a big deal though, because you can get people kicked out of here for a pretty long time if you kill them, because it's a long run back all the way down in here. So if we end up wiping everybody, we have a really good chance to just burn him down, at least quite a bit. Oh, Cornelius doesn't have... Oh, shoot. Are we the only group here? We are the only group here, well, mostly. Why can't I get in? Well, that's weird. Is there a limit to the number of people that can be in that fight? That's really obnoxious. I'm really unhappy about that.
Prayed for me, and now be with you.
So what we have to do then is we have to try and eliminate all those people on the outside, because I don't know exactly how it's going to let new people in to that fight. But we definitely can't allow any of the enemy people to be able to get in. I'm going to follow the path of the rest of these folks and see if going this way is somehow better. Oh, they fell. Okay, so you can just fall straight through. That might be better. And then you just turn around. Okay, yeah, that's definitely faster. Good deal. Good deal. I can still see you. You're not truly invisible. Please. Get that weak garbage out of my life. Get over here. Oh, did he end up taking me out of the PvP zone? Where are my allies? Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? How are you today? They're all in the stupid Cornelius fight, and I can't freaking get in there. So annoyed.
And don't worry. Everything is according to our God's plan.
Somebody in my team said glide over, so we'll try that. Okay. Whatever the heck that was. Doing good, just waiting on work to finally be done. Hey, there you go. Well, that just looked like a double plus on fun time. It was a double plus on fun time. Nothing like standing there not being able to do what I'm trying to do. But that's okay. Somebody said glide over. We're gonna try and glide over. And then I'll be in the fight. So I can maybe actually get some freaking rewards. Please turn around, you stupid bird. You know, I have never read 1984. I did read Animal Farm when I was in high school, because I had to. But I've never read 1984. Okay, I'm supposed to glide over. Maybe I have to glide from over here. Holy crap. What stupidity. I thought this was mostly my team. When did all of these other people come in here? Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to get back in there in time. This is why we need to be on voice comms. For big stuff like this. We don't ever use our Discord for anything. And it's kinda dumb. Now there's a whole bunch of enemy people. Okay. Hopefully the boss is still going by the time I get back. Yes? Is it my allies in here at all? Does not appear to be. Looks like a bunch of enemies killing all of my allies. Looks like we got a lot of people going in, so I'm going in. Let's go see what happens. And I'm out. Oh, they got a whole bunch of people with explodies on them, though. That might be good. Try and get the wipe, fellas. Doesn't look like it. Maybe we'll get another shot, though.
Everything is according to our God's plan.
Probably not. One of your crossbow allies needs to dive in there and AoE them all. Yeah. You should do it. Finish up a report on it a few weeks back. You know, I'm just not... I like to be entertained by my media. I don't like to be depressed by it. So I don't want to read something about a dystopian hellscape that's probably going to come true. That sounds awful. Oh yeah, that was cool. That's definitely what I wanted, was just to fall straight down instead of glide. Yeah, I mean, I understand the premise of 1984. I am at least cultured enough and have intelligent enough friends that some of them have read it, and we've discussed, you know, some of the topics and stuff. So I'm not completely devoid of knowledge. It's not something I really want to read for myself. Thanks for that, game. Oh, Cornelius is dead. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. What a clusterfuck. My wife recently made me read Watership Down and also the book about the kids stranded on an island with no adults. And there's a conch, both are meh. Is Lord of the Flies the one you're talking about with the kids and the conch? Is that that book? I've also never read Lord of the Flies. My mom would be so disappointed. She has her bachelor's degree in English literature. So the fact that I've never really read any of the classics, I'm sure is a huge point of disappointment for her. But, you know, what's the fun in living if you can't disappoint your parents?
Friend, the goblins have big responsibilities. My customers should know that too.
Alright, let's open this up. Get our special resistance medal. We're only 11 away from being able to get ourselves a piece of gear, which is great. We have so many precious polished crystals. It's ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous. Alright. So we have an hour and a half before we even get any of this stuff. And then 2.5 hours until our Boonstone fight. So let's go see what's going on in the guild chat. There is nothing going on in the guild chat, but I did get a new mail just now. That's cool. Guild chest item acquired. This was from a while ago. Okay, delete that. Personal requirements. So we're about to have some requirements for the guild. 2 hours and 30 minutes for those who just joined recently and haven't received anything. We have a guild event for a Boonstone. Should be marked on the map by a guild marker already. Oh, it's marked on the map by a guild marker. Well, that's exciting. There are a number of marks on the map. Must be this one. So we are fighting the Blazed Bandits. Skill damage boost 50. Hey, that's a pretty good one. Interesting. Okay. Just tell her that I said Shakespeare is garbage, and so is Watership Down. Oh, Lord of the Flies, Romeo and Juliet, she will forget about your transgressions and burn me at the stake for being a witch. That's true, she would. My mother is a huge Shakespeare fan. Also, so am I. I love Shakespeare. Mostly just because it's Shakespeare. Like, for no other reason than it is sort of this quintessential. I mean, I've been an actor my whole life. So it's just one of those things that you sort of have no choice but to fall in love with.
just about to begin. Are you sure you're not missing any equipment?
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna get some food because I'm a little hungry. We're gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we'll get back to doing some grinding. Probably just up there grinding orcs and stuff again, because there's not much else to do until events pop and boonstones pop and stuff like that. So a big part of our goal is going to be to just try and grind out some blues and stuff like that for some decent traits. Trait prices in blue tier are actually on the rise right now because people are realizing that trading their purples is basically impossible unless you're going to spend an absolutely obscene amount of money. So I think a lot of people are realizing that maxing out a blue tier set is going to be their best bet for right now. So there's some good lucin to be made there. And yeah, so we're going to do all of that. So give me 1 minute and I'll be right back. All right, we back. Okay. So, let's take a look. Here in just a second. I gotta eat first. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at skills and stuff like that in preparation for this Boonstone fight. Because I am noticing a few things when I PvP. Number one, I get ganged up on a lot. And that's what I want. But I have no recourse to survive in those situations. And that's not good. I need to be able to survive. But one of the things that happens most of the time is when people gang up on me, they also clump. Either it's a bunch of ranged enemies all attacking me from generally the same direction, or it's a bunch of melees who have all clumped right down on top of me. But whatever it is, they're in a clump. So I understand now why sleep bombing is a thing. And so while sleep isn't a skill that I normally would want to take, I think taking the sleep skill is going to be a good idea. The other kind of crazy thing about the sleep skill is that a lot of the other wand skills, the damage over time wand skills, don't take people out of sleep. So I'm starting to see why curse bombing is such a big deal. So you see here, Corrupted Magic Circle creates a 5-meter area on the target location and inflicts Weaken Curse on all enemies within the area to deal 46% of base damage plus 17 per second for 9 seconds. Does not wake up sleeping targets. That's pretty huge. Then you have decreases the target's skill damage resistance by 80 for 9 seconds. The skill also has a 90% chance to inflict Weaken Curse. Again, damage over time doesn't wake up sleeping enemies. And then the Curse Explosion just takes all of the existing damage over time and blows it up all in one big shot. So, and then you can proliferate, weakens the victim of the user's curse to grant an 80% chance to spread the effect up to 3 nearby targets within a 5-meter radius. Now, I believe this can also be changed so that it is not 3 enemies. You can increase the radius. Nope. But duration of curses applied by you increased by 5 seconds. That's pretty good. So these things can do even more damage. So, Karmic Haze allows you to move things to 3 people. So I think probably I'm just going to be sticking with the sleep and then the Karmic Haze and trying to sleep multiple people. Has an 80% chance to inflict Cursed Nightmare for 3 seconds, which decreases the target's movement speed and attack speed by 30% and applies Weakened Sleep afterwards. Weakened Sleep disables all actions from opponents for from 3.2 seconds, and for monsters for 10 seconds. The first attack on sleeping targets lands as a critical hit, waking the target. Now we can set it up where it deactivates if they're attacked twice, which we don't really care about. movement speed decrease, duration increases, and instantly falls asleep unless affected by movement speed decrease. So I like this one. We probably want to take that one. We don't have enough slots, but we'll have to move something around. Did you say you found a way to make DPS better for Sword and Shield Wand? I'm having a hard time killing mobs. So what I ended up ultimately doing, a lot of your damage decibel comes from your actual skill levels. So when you're trying to finally do some extra damage as a tank, I've actually set up 2 sets of skills here. So this is my DPS skill set, and I can usually kill the level 50 mobs in the open world in about 1.5 rotations. So what I'm doing is I'm using my Corrupted Magic Circle, which isn't in a very high place right now, but it does a damage over time. And then I hit them with my Shout, which provokes things, but also I believe this Piercing Strike, yeah, deals damage to the target and other enemies, weakens the target with a chance to decrease magic, melee, and ranged hit chance by 250. Shield Strike's melee heavy attack chance increases by 20 per 1% of shield block chance. On counterattacking with counter barrier, cooldown increased by 1.3 seconds. The target's aggression greatly increases. So this is reducing their ability to hit you, putting out some damage, giving you some stuff there. So I'm using my damage over time and then my Shout. And then I hit them with the Annihilation Blade, which increases your sword skill damage by 20% for 6 seconds. And then we hit the Witty Strike, which is an AoE cone. And then we hit them with a Shield Bash, and then we hit them with Annihilating Slash. And then sometimes the Shield Bash comes back up in time to hit them again. And those 6 skills usually almost kill an enemy. And then I just kind of have to swing at him a couple more times, wait for Piercing Strike to come back and smack him again. Now, the bigger the pack, obviously, the more difficult it is to hit everyone with everything. But the big deal here is trying to level up some of your DPS skills into the purple rating, because you'll notice that, for example, Witty Slash, because I haven't leveled it up at all, only does 195% of my base damage plus 20. But if we go ahead and go into Witty Slash, and we look at how we can level it up, every level, here we're looking at getting another 15% plus 4 base, if we level that up again. So, whoops, need more skill points. I'm gonna need more skill books to do that. But a lot of my purple tier 1 skills are doing 500% of my base damage. So once I get this up to purple tier 1, it'll be doing at least about twice as much damage as it's doing right now. So the big deal is just getting your DPS skills up to purple tier 1. And then making a new set to do that damage with. Now the other option that you could look at is going for a Curse Bomb build with your wand. And doing it that way. So the way that the Curse Bomb build works, and I haven't really done this, so I'm not necessarily the... No, not a problem at all. So I haven't done this, so I'm not the person who's necessarily the best about it. But this Karmic Haze proliferates your curses. Weaken, the victim uses Curse to grant an 80% chance to spread the effect up to 3 nearby targets. So you can get up to 4 people with this. So you have your Touch of Despair, you have your Corrupted Magic Circle, you have your Sleep, and you have your Time for Punishment. So you want to apply all of those to an enemy, and then Karmic Haze that enemy, because things like the Corrupted Magic Circle and the Touch of Despair don't wake sleeping targets. And then you Curse Explosion them, which uses all of the damage over time and causes it to happen instantly and just blows them up. So the wand is actually a fairly powerful weapon when it comes to dealing damage, if you spec it that way. Now, you're never going to be as strong as other builds, And the reason for that is you're not taking heavy hit chance, you're not taking crit hit chance, right? If you're planning on being a tank and you're putting all of your skills in evasion and endurance and stuff like that, you're just never going to get those extra damage numbers. And for example, heavy hits just double your damage. So if you have no ability to do heavy hits because you're not adding that to your equipment at all, then you're always going to do half as much damage as you could do. Right? If you're not adding to crit, then your crit damage, I forget what the multiplier on crit is. Oh no, crit just makes you hit for the highest percentage. So my base damage here is 102 to 196. If I crit, then it's guaranteed 196. So if I crit and heavy hit, then it's just short of 400. But if I don't do either of those things, then my average is only 150. So I am significantly reducing, right? I'm getting a quarter of my potential damage just isn't here because I don't have crit. And then more than half of my potential damage isn't there because I don't have crit or heavy hit. So because I'm leveling up, because I have, tons of evasion, tons of melee endurance, my melee defense is really high, my range defense is really high, because I have all of these really good defensive stats, I'm just naturally dropping. I'm better at assuming you use maxed out blues before going into purples? Yes, Decibel. It is not just better, it is imperative that you max out your blues first. And I don't just mean maxing them up to +9. I mean getting them all the way traded. And the reason you want to do that is if you look in the trait screen here. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. If you look in the trait screen here, I don't have any purples on me, but when you put something in here and you're feeding it another item, so if you had a purple in here and you were feeding it a blue, you would get these blessings. So normally your level 9 purple turns a blue into a +6. But if you have traits on your blue, then it turns it into a +6 and gives it like 960 blessings. And the reason that's important is you can use 450 blessings to guarantee your trait upgrade on a purple using a blue item to do the upgrade. So normally, if you're trying to upgrade a trait on a purple item with a blue item, yeah, it's actually level 7 and 30%, Gilbert. If you go to level 7 and 30%, then your blue is supposed to max it out to level 9. But the reason using a max trait blue to feed into a purple is that means for your purple gear, you're able to use 2 blues as level up materials for 2 of your trait level ups. Which if you look at the difference in the trait values in the auction house for purple traits versus blue traits, can we do both epic and rare? Yeah, we can. And then let's look at max health on, need to find trait, max health, apply. So when you're looking at max health for weapons that are purple, right, you're looking at somewhere up to 100 lucent. If we get down to where the blues are, okay, I don't see any blues in here. Let's get rid of those, apply. If we get down to where the blues are, you're looking at 30. Do you want to get the right traits on your blues first before going into purple? You do want to get the right traits, absolutely, because you're going to be in your blues for a long time. Like, a long time. If you're a free-to-play player, you're going to be in your blue gear set for months, at least. And that's if you play like me, where you play all the time. My blues aren't even traded all the way. And we're, what, 11 days in? And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces that I don't even have the right piece of gear that I want yet, much less the traits for it. And I've got almost 100 hours in this game so far. Or over 100 hours. So you're going to be in your blue gear for a long time. It wouldn't shock me if your first 1,000 to 1,500 hours, you're going to be in blues, unless you spend a pretty significant amount of money. So, definitely important to get your blues with the right traits. Now, if you're going to spend, $400, then you could probably have your blues traded out right now and be working towards your purples. Honestly, if you were going to spend a couple $100, you'd definitely have your blues traded out. But it would be fairly expensive to do. So the best way to mitigate how long that's going to take is to get into a guild that is consistently doing the world bosses. And the reason for that is when a world boss pops up, right? World bosses have a lot of the good blue gear. So if we take a look at, oh, you can't see the blues in here. Okay, well, there's a piece of gear that I really want that comes specifically from one of the bosses that doesn't even look like he's showing up today. Are you serious? We're not going to get any copies of the boss I want today? Okay, well, a lot of these bosses have the good pieces of blue gear, and you're way more likely to get blues than you are purples. Like one blue drops, or one purple drops, and then like 3 or 4 blues drop every time his bosses are killed. Yes, the guild bosses have the same loot drops as the world bosses, as far as I understand. I haven't done one yet. My guild isn't doing any more until they get to level 15, so that we can have 5 guild bosses a week. So we'll do that probably in a couple of days. But because these drop, and because your guild shares that loot, right? Anytime loot drops from a boss, it goes into this pool here. Now my guild has it set up, and you shouldn't join a guild that doesn't have it set it up like this, especially if you don't know the people. But the guild acquires the item after 5 minutes. So when I loot a boss, if I get an item, it goes here, and it says pending for 5 minutes. And if I'm the one who was the person who first acquired that item, then I can just claim it, and it's mine. If I don't claim it, or I say, okay, give it to the guild, then it goes into the guild pool here, and anybody can have this gear, right? You just have to hit up the bosses, the guild leaders, and say, hey, I really want this piece. Is it okay if I have it? And then either they'll have you roll for it, or, maybe they'll sell it in the auction house for like a cheaper amount of lucent, so that the lucent can get distributed amongst, like the person who picked it up, or so they can have a little lucent for it, or whatever, however your guild's going to handle it. So one of the biggest things about choosing a guild is finding a guild that is handling this in the way you want it to be handled. Because if they're not handling this the way you want it to be handled, then you very well could end up losing out on some of your gear and some of your progression potential, because maybe your leadership is taking all of the items out of here for themselves and just enriching themselves and not helping the rest of the guild. And so you don't want to be a part of a guild like that at all. So make sure that you pay attention to what the stuff of your guild is. Now, unfortunately, before you can see how this distribution is working, you have to join a guild, because this is not just public knowledge here. And they need to change that. They need to make it public, because you have a 36-hour wait timer when you leave a guild before you can join another one. So, but the reason that Okay, this takes me back to the WoW DKP loot system. Right, it is based on some of the older MMOs. And I think it's a good loot system because it helps, if you're in a good guild, then it helps players who play a lot enrich players who play less. And that's something, you know, when I was playing Once Human, I was always harping on that. Your high playtime players should be doing stuff that helps the lower playtime players, not the other way around. So if I max out my gear, and I won't be giving anything to my guild, even if I don't need the item, I'm going to keep it and sell it so that I can have Lucent until I get my blue set all the way done. And then I'll start feeding things into the guild so that players who play less than me can start to catch up to me. Right? You have to look after yourself first. You have to get yourself into a good position and then start looking out for the people below you and bring them up to your level. And then you do it again. And then, you know, you start doing your purples. And then when your purples are done, you start enriching the people below you and tier them up. So I'm not currently giving anything to my guild, but I will be when I get to that point. But the reason that's so important is these bosses have multiple portals, right? Like the Malakar boss has 5 portals. So 5 instances of Malakar pops every time he's passive or peace. So every time Malakar is a peace boss, 5 portals pop. So if your guild goes over here and waits for everybody else to join in, and then, you know, enough of your people that you can actually defeat Malakar go into a different portal that nobody else went into and take that boss for themselves, then your guild will get all the loot drops. If you can do that on a couple of bosses because you have a guild that's really active, right? Maybe 20 people go do a Malakar, and 6 people go do a Chernobog, and 15 people go do a Talus, then you can guarantee all the drops from 3 bosses, which means your group is going to get, you know, 12 to 15 blue and purple items total, which is going to help you all level up much, much faster, because the average guild, even if they're going to these bosses every single time, is maybe only getting 12 to 15 pieces all day, not just in a single boss rotation. So you do that, you know, 3 or 4 times a day if you have, like I said, a really active guild, and you can get, you know, 45 items over the course of a day, which will make all of your players significantly more powerful. So world bosses are kind of a big deal in this game. Gotta finish eating. Been talking too much. So you can see, though, in my character info, I have no purples. My cloak doesn't have anything. My leggings and my boots don't have any traits. My bracelet and my 2 rings don't have any traits. And then my belt is missing a few traits. And my wand doesn't have any traits, or doesn't have most of its traits. I'm up to 200 or 2,444 combat power with 0 purple items. I have a guildmate who's over 2,700 combat power, but they have fully traded out blues. So you can get an extremely high combat power in just blue gear. If I was wearing all purples, even if they were level 9 and all of them had no traits, then my ultimate combat power would be lower than it is right now. No, Decibel, I did not. I just picked what I felt like was probably a good idea. And I was wrong. Some of my traits, for example, this has ranged evasion at 120. This should be ranged endurance. And the reason for that is I don't think that I have enough ability to get enough ranged evasion because I'm going so hard into melee evasion and melee endurance that I don't think I'm going to get enough ranged evasion to get over the 1,000 that I feel like I need. So if your evasion isn't more than the hit chance of the enemy that's attacking you, then your evasion is effectively 0. You only start getting a chance to dodge hits if you have more evasion than the enemy has hit chance. So 310 is completely useless. This has exactly 0 value to me. It's not stopping anything from happening. If instead I had this 310 in endurance, this reduces the amount of damage I take from critical hits and increases the chance of evading critical hits. So ranged endurance is extremely powerful. If I'm not going to be evading hits, I want the endurance. So I'm taking melee endurance and melee evasion because primarily my goal is going to be to peel greatsword dagger fighters off of my backline. I want to be able to get them off. And so I'm going to be fighting a lot of greatsword dagger fighters. So I'm going to go super hard into, if you're a melee character, you can't kill me. And then the range stuff is just so that, you know, if I get bursted by some ranged enemies who are trying to get rid of me in the back line so that those greatsword players can do something, then, you know, I have a little more sustainability in those long range fights. But no, I did not follow a guide, and it has definitely cost me, but I think it's been fun, and I've enjoyed learning. You know, I went into the arena, and I got the crap kicked out of me a couple of times, and I realized that, you know, a lot of my stats weren't really helping me, and that I needed to up my traits a lot more. Your traits are extremely important. You absolutely need all of your items traded, because, I mean, look at the max health that I get and the melee endurance I get from this is 705 and 150. But those are basically equivalent. I guess the max health is a little higher than the health that I get from my trait, and the endurance is a little higher than the endurance I get from my trait. But ultimately, those are approximately 2/5 of the power that I get from the entire item. So if you don't have your item traded, then you're losing, you know, half or more of the power that that item was going to provide for you. So you're half as strong as you would be if you had traded items. Yeah, I'd be happy to look at it, Charles. Hello, fellow Sword and Hey, what's up? No, and I am not using a build guide right now. But how are you liking Sword and Shield and Wand? Oh yeah, Gilbert, if you send me that guide over on Discord, I'd be more than happy to take a look at it. Although, I'm gonna just be honest. It is extremely likely that the person who made that guide knows more about this game than me. I just started playing the game on the full release, not the early access, and I haven't really watched a ton of guides. I haven't really, you know, I never played on the Korean servers or anything like that. So in all likelihood, that person knows better than I do whether or not that build is good. But I am, of course, more than happy to look at it and tell you what I think about it. Decibel, I'm glad to hear that you're just playing the game. And I don't think... So here's... If you're already working on your purples, and you haven't completely maxed out your purples yet, then I don't think it's really setting you back. Because the stuff that you've got, right, if you're adding traits to purples, that's not really setting you back. Because you're going to need those purples traded anyway. It may be slowing down your progress to your blue tier, but eventually you're going to catch back up when you progress to your purple tier. So you're not hitting the power spike, maybe in the mid game, as fast as other people who are just focusing on their blues, but you will hit the power spike at end game for your purples at about the same time. So I wouldn't look at that necessarily as doing it too early or maybe making a mistake, but just that you're kind of delaying your ultimate power until the power spike at purple tier instead of getting the power spike at blue tier at the same time as everybody else. So you're just delaying your mid game a little. And that's not really a big deal. You'll be fine. I mean, mid game only lasts a little while, so whatever. Always fun saving people in dungeons while managing aggro. That is my favorite thing. I have played a tank. How do you get blue gear? By just doing stuff. So if you want to find, first you want to find what gear you're going to want to use, right? Don't just start using whatever gear drops. Actually go through, look through the auction house, because you can see every type of gear. So let's reset this. Let's just go to rare items and apply. And then let's start on weapons, swords. Here's all the blue swords. So let's take a look at the different swords. We have the Sword of Golem Shattering. Construct damage bonus, maximum health. Maximum health is actually pretty good. Construct bonus damage, we don't really care about. Sword of Undead Vanquishing. Undead damage, maximum health. Again, not necessarily something we really care about for the undead bonus damage, but it's there. Blade of Resistance. This is the one I'm using. I don't necessarily think it's the best one, but maximum health and health regen. This is really helping me with tanking, right? Getting that bonus health, really important. Health regen never hurts. It's not a great stat, but if it's on there, we're good. This is the one I think is probably the best PvP sword in the blue tier, because it's got strength +2 and collision chance +175, which means you're going to be able to push, pull, and lock down your enemies with your push and pull skills much easier in PvP, which is going to help you peel for your backline. So I think this is probably your best choice. And then we have the Resonance Blade, which gives you dexterity and critical hit chance. If you are building a DPS build with sword and shield instead of a tank build with sword and shield, then this is probably your best weapon. It also has this bonus effect. Hitting with a sword has a 15% chance to inflict Weaken Curse, decreasing magic, melee, and ranged hit chances by 30 for 3 seconds. So if you're looking to do more DPS with your sword, then this is going to be your option here. So now we know which sword we want to use. So we're going to click it. And then there's some options over here. You can see how much it's going to cost in the auction house. We're already in the auction house. You can go to the lithograph book and see if you can get it from the lithograph book. Sorry about the sirens. And then you can go to your how to acquire here. And when you hit how to acquire, it's going to tell you everywhere that you can find this weapon. So first thing here is you can hunt it in dungeons. So the only place to get the Sword of Striking is these dungeons right now. So the Spectre's Abyss, the Cave of Desperation, and the Death's Abyss. And you can go and click on that, and it'll just show you. So here's our loot table for the Spectre's Abyss. We've got our sword, we've got some boots, we've got a wand and a bow over here, and then we've got some green stuff. Then we go and look in the Cave of Desperation. Pretty similar fare. You just got a bunch of blues in here. Maybe some different types of weapons. If you were planning on using the Tree Ant Wig, which gives Weaken Chance, which is your curses for your wand. So that actually might be a good blue weapon here. So this may be a good farm if you end up using both of these weapons. But other than that, you're probably not going to be using any of this stuff. Although it is also important to check and see maybe some other people are using some of this stuff. Like maybe the Daggers of Slaughtering, or maybe this bow, or something like that. And if that's the case, maybe you could also be simultaneously farming something that you can sell. Hey, Alec, what's up, dude? Just popping in to say hi. Currently playing, but I've been watching since HV on Lurk at the moment. Nice. Nice. Well, thanks for saying what's up. Can you check the Sword of Resistance? Sure. Let's go check that out. We'll close this. Sword of Resistance. And then we hit this right here. So we have a couple of things. You can do the Malachar raid. Yeah, so you can do that G-Force is such a lifesaver. Thanks. Of course, Alec. Yeah, I'm loving it. Did you get interrupted by the outage yesterday too? Because that was awful. Yeah, so you can get this from the Malachor or the Talus raid. You can get it from a Rift Stone. I guess is the guild bosses, maybe? And then you can also get it from hunting all of these enemies. So one of the best ways to get it, this Pirate King Crab right here, is a pretty low level boss enemy that appears down here in the Daybreak Shores. The boss enemies, which are signified by the fact that they have a red color in here, have higher drop rates. And this one drops the Blade of Resistance, drops the Scepter of Resistance, which gives you critical hit chance and max mana. I don't really like the Scepter of Resistance, but you could farm up some secondary trait bonuses for whatever scepter you end up using. Gives you some rare stuff like that, and then a standard longsword. So maybe you'll get some traits from this longsword that maybe you can add into your Blade of Resistance to level up later. So a decent farm here. And you just run around looking for your boss icon in your mini-map that tells you that one of the boss monsters is around. And then you go kill these Pirate King chest crabs, and while you're at it, you can kill the sea crabs as well, because they also drop your Blade of Resistance. And that'll be a pretty good farm for you. Yes. Yes, it will take a very long time. That is true. And doing, you know, the Talus and Malachar, unless you're going into, right, these are very saturated. There's lots of people doing these bosses. So it's going to be hard to get a drop from these bosses. You can also get it from the Codex as a final rewards selection for your adventure. So as you level up, you'll naturally just get one of these. And then you can get it from the Lithograph book. The Lithograph book is actually really cool. And this is how I got one of mine. But if you go to your green items here, you'll see that there are 4 very specific greatswords that you can drop into the Lithograph book, and then you will get as a reward this blue greatsword. And the same thing is true of these pants, or these boots, and this face mask, and there's a whole bunch of items down in this. Hey, Ensoms, thanks for the follow over on Twitch, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. But there's a whole bunch of different blues that you can get from the Lithograph book, and basically all of these greens are craftable. So you just have to get the green lithograph, the green lithographs to craft. You can only get it from the Lithograph book once, though. Yes, you can only get it from the Lithograph once. But you can do each of these items that way. So, you know, you're going to get a trait, right? You're going to get a random trait whenever you get one of these items. So it's actually good to fill this Lithograph book out and get all of these, because you might get a good trait that you can sell or use on one of your items in the future. So definitely, I mean, this is just a free source of blues to look for random traits on here. Well, not free. You do have to craft all the items, so you do have to get those lithographs, but it is a pretty good option for you. And so you'll be able to get that with the sword. I already got mine, but I just took the 4 green swords that you could craft, and then boom, I got my Blade of Resistance. And then the last way that you can do it is from the merchant. You just go buy them. Right now, you can't buy any of the swords in their complete, but you might be able to get lithographs. Nah, it doesn't look like there is. Maybe? Yeah, it looks like there are no lithographs for any of the blues in here. Nobody's turned any blues into lithographs. So you can't buy those here. So the only real places you're going to be able to do those are by farming them. So you'll just go over to your crabs or whatever and go get them from the crabs. Or you'll do your open world dungeons or whatever. The other thing is if you're a little farther along in the game, instead of farming the crabs, you could go farm the orcs and get the orc spearmasters and the orc shadow elders, and that's just another option. I don't think they're in our version of the game yet. What's not in your version of the game yet? I don't know if the higher tier enemies have a better drop chance. Ensoms, I'm not sure. The lithographs for the blue shirt is. I'm pretty sure I'm in the same version of the game as you. I started with the global launch. I'm not even on the early access. Oh. You mean the lithographs for the weapons specifically. I thought you meant the lithograph book. I get what you're talking about. So you can... Oh, no, you can't. Okay, yeah, you might be right. They might not even be available in our version yet. That's weird. That's real weird. Okay, well that explains why nobody's making them. Yeah, I don't know if the orcs have a higher drop chance than Ensoms. I'm not 100% sure on that. I would imagine that higher tier enemies have a higher drop chance. At the very least, their drop pool is probably less saturated with garbage. So let's see, if we go to Daybreak Shores and we go to the Pirate King Chest Crab, well, honestly, their drop pool is pretty minimal. It might be better to do that. Then let's look at the Orc Shadow Elder. No, their drop pool isn't very saturated either. And Orc Spearmaster. So the Orc Spearmaster's drop pools are pretty saturated. But you can get certain Amatoys to increase your drop chance. Yes, I think you can get up to 7%, if I'm not mistaken. I have not really looked very deeply into that, though. But I need to, because holy cow, 7% increased drop rate would be bonkers. Kill records. Oh, right, I was just in a bunch of fights. Let's see my real-time kill ranking now. Oh, I went down 2. But I'm in the 200s here. That makes me feel pretty good. I'm never gonna catch this person. Like, what are they even on? This is ridiculous. They're not even in a guild. They're just some random free agent running around murking everybody. I think I was talking with myself muted, which is great. I do that sometimes because I'm an idiot. But we've got an hour and a half until our Boonstone fight, so we need to go ahead and do some grinding. I'm grinding up here because this orc has some stuff that I want. Or these orcs have some stuff that I want. Actually, we're just going to kill all the orcs. And they have some good items for some different bosses as well. So we're just going to grind them out. The other thing that's important about grinding out these open world areas is all of these open world areas, when you kill these regular enemies, they actually have a chance to drop a scroll. Why can't I use that skill? Oh, I don't have... Got it. Oh, and then it just put everything on cooldown. Well, that's super fun. Okay. Can I get Triga from different weapons, or the traits can be from different weapons? Actually, you can get a trait, so that's not entirely true. Oh, now I don't have my sword equipped. Okay. This is going in equipment slot 1. This is going in equipment slot 2. Holy crap, I'm an idiot. So in order to unlock new traits, you have to use the same weapon. But in order to upgrade those traits, you can use any weapon. Ooh, hey, nice. So when you go into, let's just go look at it. When you go into traits and you click this, normally these two are locked. So you have to use another Blade of Resistance to unlock the max health trait. So it has to be a Blade of Resistance with the max health trait, and then you unlock it. But then you can level up the max health trait to level 3 with any weapon. When it's armor, it has to be armor of the same type. So it has to be a chest armor or something like that. In order to level it up, it can't just be any armor piece. But again, to add the trait, you have to farm at least 3 Blades of Resistance. But they might not have the traits that you want. So something you can also do, when you look in here and you look at your traits, you can convert your traits. So trait conversion means that it takes and gives you a random trait. So it'll remove this and give you a random trait, but the random trait that it will give you will be tier 1. So if you've already tiered it up to tier 3, it's going to take you back to tier 1. But it takes 20 trait conversion stones, and it won't give you duplicates. So if you get 2 traits that you want and 1 trait that you don't, put all 3 of the traits on there, and then roll. And for just 20 trait conversion stones, you might get the trait that you want, or you might get another trait that you don't want, but then you can just re-roll it again with 20 more conversion stones. And then maybe save yourself a little money. Especially if you ended up with one of the really weak ones, like this humanoid damage, or like collision chance isn't a very good one, crit chance isn't a very good one. Mostly sword and shields use heavy attack. So if you get one that you're not going to be able to sell, then maybe use the trait conversion on it to try and get the one that you want. Who knows? You can buy them from the guild merchant. You can buy 100 a week for guild coins. But let's go look specifically here real quick. So if we go to my trait conversion stones over here, we can just hit that little button that says how to acquire again. Yeah, I've made about 3,000 Lucent so far. I used Lucent to buy the battle pass and the level up pass, as well as getting a lot of my gear tiered up. So you can get them in the secret dungeons, which are the individual dungeon fights. The Gate of Infinity gives them. You can get them from gathering Mystic Globes. These Mystic Globes are super important that you should do every single day. You can buy them from your guild merchant, and you can get them from these world events. Hey, a couple of rare parchments, nice. Yeah, but selling stuff in the auction house is honestly really easy. And this early in the game, lots of people need lots of traits. So the auction house is actually pretty active. You just want to go in there with your traits that you've extracted and sell them up, and you should be good to go. And if you get any good purples, then turn them into lithographs. Yeah, we can go through that here in just a second. Let me finish up this pack. Alright, this should be a good spot. So we actually got a brand new item, so I can show you using this item. We got these intricate leather boots with the ranged evasion trait. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to trait extract, which uses these trait extraction stones, which you can get from, again, the Gate of Infinity secret dungeons. You get it for completing some of your exploration codex. You get it from gathering your mystic globes. You can buy it from the expedition merchant or the contract merchant, and you can get it from these same open world events. These trait extraction stones are extremely valuable, and what you generally want to do is you want to try and get 10 lucent per extraction stone. So if you can sell this ranged evasion trait for 10 lucent, then it's worth using the 1 extraction stone to extract it and sell it. But honestly, you're likely not going to be able to do that. So once you get into this trait extraction screen, you can actually just click on here and go straight to search the auction house. And you can look specifically at the intricate leather boots. And when you click on it, it opens up all of the different traits that those boots can have and what they're currently selling for. Now, 10 lucent is the absolute minimum. You can't sell an item for less than 10 lucent. So if we take a look over here, we'll see that 44 of these magic endurance ones have been sold recently at 10 lucent. So if you had a magic defense, you could probably actually sell it. However, we have ranged evasion, and if we look over here, oh well, 126 of them have been sold. So actually, you could probably sell this and get your 10 lucent out of this as well. I don't have an extraction stone, so I can't do it, and honestly, I wouldn't do it for the 10 lucent anyway, but it is an option. And so once you decide that you want to sell it, you would actually go back and do the extraction, and then you would be in your auction house, and you just click sell, and then you'll see all of the things that are able to be sold or lit up over here. So I could choose, like I could sell these precious merins. Their average price is 10 lucent a piece. Lowest price is 1. Current lowest available price is 10 lucent. So I could set these up at, I want to sell all 8 of them. So if I wanted to sell them for 10 a piece, I would have to sell them for 80. Yeah, you can sell food. So you have to sell great success food though. So you'll probably have noticed since you've been cooking that sometimes you get regular food, like this is regular food, and sometimes you get a food that's got this kind of brownish border around it. That brownish border means that it was a great success when you cooked it, and so you can sell it. But if it's not a great success, then you can't sell it. So I've got a ton of these that I can't sell and only a couple that I can. But I'll just use the ones that I can't sell. But yeah. The stuff that'll probably sell the best will probably be the PvP hit chance and crit hit chance foods because, you know, DPS is gonna DPS. And they're a bunch of degenerates. Well, let's go see about another nice big pack over here. Come here, everybody. Don't you want to fight me? Alright, we're gonna grab up this archer, push him right over here towards this one, suck that bad boy in, and then we start our rotation. Get over here. You don't walk away from me. Yoink. I'm just farming anything, like any blues or anything like that that pop out of here. Just anything that might be good that I could sell the traits in. Try and make myself some lucent. The other really good thing that you can do here, I do prefer action mode, yeah. I think if I was a healer, I would prefer classic. But I prefer action mode as a tank. But there's something I want to show you all that is very important if you're going to be farming and trying not to use your points. So you only get a limited amount of like these dungeon tokens, which honestly I need to do a bunch of dungeons today, and your abyssal contract tokens. So for me, tomorrow, the abyssal dungeon, the desire dungeon opens. So I want to use all of my tokens tomorrow. I'm just going to be down there farming like all day. And so I don't want to waste these on the dungeon that exists right now because it's already been farmed a lot and prices on those items are starting to go down. So I've been saving up. But I still want to be farming and trying to make some lucent, and I've actually made about 700 lucent being up here since yesterday. And the way I'm doing that is when you look at the drop pool of the regular enemies, in pretty much every place, they have these Allied Resistance Forces contract scrolls. And this one is for the Laslan Watcher's Guard Post. It's right here. And so the Laslan Watcher's Guard Post gives you contracts for the Phonos Basin and the Ruins of Terrain, which are level 50 zones. But the important thing about these contracts is that they're just like the contracts that you get for your Allied Resistance contract scrolls for the dungeons, where when you open them, here we'll open this one. Okay, no we won't because those are full. But let's go in there and look at them. They're just like these. And so the way these work is when you get them, you're able to re-roll them 99 times in order to get the rewards that you want. And so the same thing is true of those other scrolls that you can get that give you the regular contracts like you normally get from the contract merchant down here. the manager. Normally you get your 10 contracts a day from here, right? And that's how you buy your mystic keys and all that stuff. So you can get additional contracts by killing the enemies in an area, and those additional contracts can be re-rolled 99 times, which means you can guarantee yourself that for every one of those contracts you're going to get one of those pouches that has a chance to drop you a purple. And all you have to do is just re-roll it. And it costs 500 solent to re-roll. So it can end up costing you 50,000 solent to re-roll it 99 times. But they give you 75,000 solent when you complete them. So you're always at least gaining 25k. And it's never taken me more than 30 rolls to get a pouch. So when you pick those up, then you get all those extra contracts. You get all those extra pouches. I get, maybe 2 or 3 of the pouches a day from this, which isn't great, but it's not horrible. So if you're going to be doing some farming and you don't have any more coins, right? And this is the last farming thing you do. This doesn't have any value if you have Dungeon Abyss tokens and you're not trying to save them for something, and you have dungeon tokens and you're not, trying to save the dungeon tokens for some reason. This is like the very last thing. If you're on your 8th hour of playing in a day and you literally have nothing else that you can farm, then this is what you come farm, so that you can get those extra content or those extra contracts and get those extra pouches. Whoops. You suck. But then you also get extra contract coins out of it, which is nice. Because then you can buy more trait conversion stones, or extraction stones, whichever one you buy from that merchant. And they're really valuable, and you need lots of those, so they're great. The reason I'm specifically over here is there's a loot goblin that spawns in this area. And if you kill him all by yourself, I got 3 blues and a purple from the loot goblin last night when I killed him all by myself. He doesn't spawn very often, but I got 2 of them yesterday. One of them I killed. Negative insoms it is not. It's just a regular old beat him in the face build. Because I like to beat things in the face. I'm not a mage. The only reason I like having a wand is to heal myself. I do use 1 AoE curse to do some damage over time, because why not? It's extra DPS. But I don't try and proliferate it or do any crazy stuff like that. I'm not really stacked into hit chance and damages and stuff like that. I am much more concerned about making sure that my ability to tank is high. And I don't really concern myself too much about DPS. If I need some DPS, I'll get some friends. But it works okay. You can clear this stuff with decent efficiency. The AoE curse is this one right, is this one right here. Which just does some damage over time over the course of 9 seconds. You have no idea how happy it makes me that I just don't have to care. Like, I can just stop in the middle of this fight and change into the other combat mode and just start looking at these things and talking about them without even having to pay attention. Because I'm so powerful. There we go. We are too strong. We'll just come back over here, grab up all these dudes again. Come here, orc. It is time for you to get murdered. Red rum. Red rum. Alright, we'll stand right over here next to this archer. That's how I feel sometimes in dungeons. I'm like, I could really take a nap. Exactly. That's what you want in a tank, though. Like, you don't have to do anything else but take hits. That's your whole job. You take hits and you control aggro. And you try and point the enemies in a way that they don't hurt your allies when they do big AoE attacks. Or conals. And that's all you gotta worry about. That's why I like tanking, because it's not about what I do. It's about what I can make the enemy do. And I really, really enjoy that. No? You don't want to come over here? That's fine. I'll come to you. I tend to do that and also heal my healer or any DPS that doesn't get healed. I don't heal other people, I heal me. My way of contributing to healing other people in my party is by healing myself so much that the healer doesn't have to. And then they can just heal other people. I don't have the finger dexterity to go clicking other people's names and healing them and all that garbage. That is too complicated for me. That's the healer's job. It is the age. I know for a fact it's this arthritis. Just be tearing me up, making me look like an idiot. That's okay. I'm still a better strategist than most of these kids, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've been doing some PvP. I've been doing pretty good. I'm currently ranked 220 something in the server, which, I mean, isn't outstanding, but since your ranking is based on your kills and your assists and not like on damage taken and stuff like that, I feel pretty good. That's with the open world PvP though. I have lost every single 3v3 match I've gone into. I've been getting absolutely waxed. which is unfortunate. Yeah, no, in full greens, you're definitely gonna get waxed. Especially if you go into the arena, you'll be playing against people like me. That are, 24 to 2700. Yeah. Fuck greatswords. I hate everybody who uses a greatsword. Even though there's a decent chance that I'm gonna level up a greatsword. Oh, gear score, not greatsword. That's funny. That's really funny. Still a decent chance that I'm gonna level up a greatsword, though. Oh, shoot. Forgot to heal myself. Whoopsie.
Are you here to ask about something precious you have lost?
Alright, well let's sign up for a dungeon. I haven't done a dungeon today. I've got 13 dungeons that I need to do. I feel like I'm never gonna get them done.
Right. The patrol manager told me that earlier.
Never ever touch a monument stone or the abandoned armor when patrolling the ruins of Toronto.
Nice.
The undead often hide under those.
Fishing. I should do some more fishing.
Is that so? No wonder I got goosebumps when I walked nearby.
How many of those coins do I have? 28. So I need to do 3 more of this boss, and that'll take me to 30. Well, no, that'll take me to 40, sorry. Yeah, so I want to do 3 more of this boss to get to 40. When did I get more Abyss currency? No way. Hold up. We gotta go into the Abyss dungeon. So, another way that you can farm,
What you have lost may be
if you don't want to use up your Abyss currency, is go into the Abyss dungeon with your contracts. Right, so right now I have contracts down in the Abyss dungeon to kill Dark Wizards and Dark Shaman. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. Mine's at 10. It should be 11 when this one finishes. And then I'll get to start rolling for that. But I have these contracts down here. Oh, it's nighttime right now, darn. 8 more minutes? Okay, that's fine. So I've got these contracts down here. But the thing is you don't get drops if an enemy is gray to you, right? If somebody else tagged it first, then you don't get any drops from it. And if you're not getting drops, then you're not using abyssal tokens. So you can come down here and not party and just go tag all the enemies that you're supposed to kill in order to complete these, and then not waste any tokens and complete your contracts down here. Which is what I'm about to do, because when I get 4 more abyssal currencies, I actually get to go buy a piece of equipment. I'm telling you, man, I got the big brain. I got the big brain. Somebody's attacking this wizard right here. I'm gonna go help him real quick. Smack it one time and run away. I don't really want to go in there during PvP time because I'm not really strong enough to do that. But F it. Let's maybe go in there and see what's up. See if we can't find some people running around. I think I've already done the parts of this. I mean, that's fine. If I get stunned, it won't matter. Unless there's like 6 of them attacking me, I won't die. I need to get the guild to come down here and do this stuff during PvP times, though, because you get better drop rates during PvP time. And we definitely want to be getting better drop rates with our Abyssal tokens, because otherwise we're just wasting them. I don't think there's anybody down here right now. That's kind of crazy. But, so there's a couple of things you can do. There's a food that gives you 10% Abyssal token efficiency, which means you spend 10% less tokens when you get item drops. So you want that. And then there's a guild buff. Oh. Still have an enemy on me. Can I drop aggro on this? Oh, darn. All I ended up doing was grabbing another one. No, I didn't end up getting any contracts from the orcs. The contracts that you can get from the orcs are contracts specifically for the orc area. And they're pretty rare to get. I mean, you're only going to get like 1 an hour over there. But these contracts that I have for the Abyssal dungeons are different. You get them from buying them. Here, I'll show you where you can buy them here in a second. Actually, I'm just going to get out of here. It's going to take me forever to fight these enemies, and I don't want to waste my tokens. Oh, there's a guildie. Is the guildie fighting somebody? Get back over here. Nuked. Oh, shoot. There's all kinds of nests going on. Whee! Where are you kids at? Whee! Run away! Okay, this is actually kind of fun. I'm fairly entertained. Oh, I got locked down. Darn. Oh, did I get one of them? I did get one of them. What's up? What's up? Yeah, well, SnS wand is super fun. Just the most. Anyway, I'll go show you where I get these Abyssal contracts from. So you can buy them once a week.
Are you here to ask about something?
for Solent, I believe. I just buy all mine from the main city, but you can do it in any of the 3 major cities. We just go over here. To the supplies merchant. And you can buy 3 of them for the Tidal's Tower, which is the solo tower. You can buy 5 of these, or 6 of these every week, which gives you a contract for each dungeon. It doesn't give you 1 contract for a random dungeon. It gives you 1 contract for all 4 of them. So you get 24 contracts per week to go into the dungeons when they all unlock. So right now I have 25 of the Silas's Abyss, 27 of the Sanctum of Desire, and 33 of the Sarodoma Island, which isn't... These 3 aren't open yet. And this is the only one that's open, so I've been doing those. But you get those contracts and then you take them down into the dungeons. There are some other ways to get some of these. If you look, again, anytime you want to know how to get something, click on it and you click on this little icon that says how do I get it? And it looks like you can craft these as well. That's interesting. Let's go to the Sundries Crafter. And let's go see about that. Because I was not aware you could craft these. So here's the Sundries Crafter. Oh, here they are. Ah, so you need Allied Forces seals. How do I get Allied Forces seals? This doesn't say. Oh, I know how you get Allied Forces seals. So you can dissolve contracts to get Allied Forces seals. You only get 5 per contract, and it costs 10 to make them. So you only get half as many. So if you have a very specific dungeon that you want to farm a very specific item from, then you can turn the 6 that you get for the dungeons that you don't want to do into 3 of the dungeon that you do want to do. But then you would only get 15 instead of 24. And then I guess the same thing can be done. So if we look at the contracts for the different areas. About what the dungeons for the Abyssal Depths. Yeah, these are things you need to buy every single week, even if you don't do them. Because this is an extremely limited resource. And I'll show you. So the reason this resource is so important is for every one of those contracts you do, you get 1 of these Abyss currencies. And you can use these Abyss currencies to make chests that give you a selection of one of the purples that drops in that dungeon. You get to choose your purple, which is super strong. So you absolutely want to buy those every single week. Even if you don't do them, still gotta have them. Because eventually, I mean, I could hang on to these forever, right? And then in like 3 years, I could just do 1,000 of them, or whatever, in one day. I mean, that would be kind of stupid, but I could. It is within the scope of possibility. But if you don't buy them, you can't have them. Hey, there we go. We've gone back to daytime, so I can go do my little strategy. Thanks for asking so many good questions today so far, ESOMs. Or NSOMs, sorry. It has made this muy fun. Oh, look at all this. These guys were so nice to finish off all these enemies that I tagged. We're not still in PvP, are we? Nope, can't hurt that guy. Yeah, of course. It keeps me engaged. It makes me, you know, keep talking and keep... I've always found that the best way I can learn things is to be trying to teach them to others, because it makes me want to go more in depth and understand more so that I don't give bad information. And so I just end up learning so much more when I'm trying to teach people about stuff. So I really like it. And it makes me much more active when I'm playing. It keeps me awake. You know, video games nowadays, especially MMOs, are pretty grindy. And so I get a little sleepy sometimes, running around, killing the same enemies over and over again, and not really having anything to do. There's no people down here. What am I doing? Let me out. Been a bit lost after hitting 50. Now I have a goal tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that's the best way to do it. You know, you have one piece of gear that you're really after, and go focus on that one piece of gear. And if you do, you know, one piece of gear every 2 days or so, then in a couple of weeks, you'll be all the way up. And you'll be good to go. And you'll see that incremental power increase. And that always feels good. Just to be growing your power a little bit at a time. I did get a notification just now, however, in Discord, and I imagine that it's from my guild, so I need to look at it real quick and see if it's about the fight coming up. Okay, so gotta meet in the guild hall in 45 minutes. For the fight. Good deal. Let's see if we can get these done before then, and then we'll go buy our piece of gear, because that'll be fun. I want to buy a piece of gear. I wonder if I can buy the gear from the dungeons that aren't out yet. That'd be really cool. Yeah, I'll focus on my weapons, get my blues level 9, and in 5 years I'll have fully built and leveled purple. Hey, there you go. That's fine. If it takes 5 years, it takes 5 years. That's one of the best things about starting an MMO early, is that you just end up with so much more time than everybody else to go ahead and get all your stuff leveled, you know? Oh. Better start actually healing here. I'm gonna get myself killed again. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm going to. I like to just be able to stand here and get punched in the face over and over again and not have to care. Hey, you got me a pouch. Got 2 tanks over here fighting these enemies. It's gonna take forever to kill everything. Hey, rare natural essence. Ooh, nice. Don't forget to use your astrolite too. 10% bonus damage. Super important. I don't think I'm using mine right now, because I'm an idiot. Put your astrolite on there. Get yourself some extra DPS. Make life easier on yourself. Been seeing those GVG vids where the tank pushes through the line, sleep bombs everyone, and has like 20 guys attacking him and still emerges alive. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Although I don't necessarily care about sleep bombing people. I mean, I know it's a good strat, and I need to do it. And I need to get my skills up for it, but actually, we kind of need to do that, like right now. Let's take a look at these. I still have 3 of these to do. Enforcers and Assassins. Oops. And Wizards and Enforcers. Okay. So Enforcers, Assassins, and Wizards are what I gotta kill. Anybody down here doing anything, or is it just these guys up here? Perfect. Help these guys get some stuff stacked up over here. You guys went and got all these enemies, and then you didn't even put them all together. Let's see if I can take some aggro for you. You want to go sleep bomb everybody? I'm more concerned with the being alive when 20 people are attacking you. Sleep bombing's cool, but I think the thing that's most impressive about that is the being alive. Do you use Clay's Salvation? Yeah, I do have Clay's Salvation. It's on my dungeon tank build. I don't normally use it during open world stuff because I don't normally party in the open world. I let all of my other allies party with each other because they need healers and stuff, and I don't really need a healer. So I can just kind of heal myself. Yeah, when we're out in open world PvP or doing open world bosses, I'm usually just concerned about me. Looks like I only have 1 more. Maybe I got all 3 of them. Did I get them all? Hey, we're done. Alright. Get the fudge out of here. Let's go see about sleep bombing some people. Only about 50 more minutes until the Boonstone is active. I have to get a nice open world build. Yeah, having something, so much of this game, once you get your daily stuff done, you're really just kind of on your own in this game. There's not really a whole lot of point in grouping up in the open world, and not a lot of people want to grind the same areas. So, you're really on your own. once you get done with, you know, world bosses and dungeons and the crypts and stuff like that. So you gotta get yourself a good solo build. Alright, did I pick up anything interesting in there? No, not really. Except now I got 40 of these abyssal tokens. Ooh, and I got 4 more pouches to open. Let's see what we get here. Use my 4 pouches. Use. Hey, a Guardian Torque. And my Crusader Gauntlets. This is the gauntlets I'm using. Melee Endurance. A good stat. Buff Duration plus 1.5%. A good stat. And some Precious Growth Stones. Let's go check on those. Into our inventory here and extract my trait. See what this is going for right now. Buff duration plus 1.5 going for 54. Well, I've already got the traits on my gorget and my gloves. So I've already got buff duration maxed out and I've already got all this maxed out. So I'm just going to be selling these. But I'm definitely going to sell that for 54. And then let's check on this right here. Melee Endurance, check that trait out. This is definitely a good set. So, wow. That ain't worth squat. I'm going melee evasion. And then I'm also going melee evasion and melee evasion, and then also melee endurance and ranged endurance. But I am trying to stack myself as strong as possible against melee, because primarily it's melee DPS that harass the backline, because you've got, you know, stealthers and stuff like that that come in with great swords and just lock people down. So I want to be able to push those people off and then force them to try and fight me. Which actually means I need to go in and with my skill specializations, I actually need to get the slow on Annihilating Strike. Counter barrier, shield cooldown. While counter barrier lasts, the base damage increases by 5%. I could actually probably get rid of this one. And then use Annihilating Slash. It's the slow. Yeah, that's better. That's better. But it's very important to me to get as much tankiness against melees as I possibly can. My melee defense is super high, my melee evasion is super high, my melee endurance is super high, like super high. So we're definitely going to be focusing on that. Later on, people were saying that evasion becomes less viable and endurance becomes more viable once you get into tier 2 with the purples. So I will probably be stacking even more endurance then, and maybe foregoing evasion entirely, because if you don't have enough evasion to evade, you have to have more evasion than they have hit. So if I'm not going to be able to keep up with that, then I might go ahead and just stack the endurances really hard, and then maybe stack something like weaken chance or collision chance or something like that as my third, or base hit points. That's not a bad idea in some. I think you can definitely do that. If you're going to do that, then make sure that your third, I think, is health. So get like melee endurance, ranged endurance, and health. You're going to have a pretty hard time trying to get all 3 endurances, because, for example, the equipments that I'm wearing don't even have the ability to get magic endurance. So if we look, let's close this out. If we look at traits here, for this, if I try and trait conversion, I've got the endurances and the evasion from ranged and melee, but I have no ability to get magic. But the of resistance pieces, so if you go endurance straight from the start, you're going to get a lot of endurance, because the of resistance pieces are often using endurance. So that's probably, and the of resistance pieces are some of the easiest pieces to get, so they're going to be pretty cheap too. Pretty good. Neither of these are useful. So I'm not going to sell either of those. So the very last thing you do, if you get an item that has a trait that you can't sell and that you don't need to use, then the best thing you can do is go ahead and dissolve it and get these rare magic powder, these magic powders. However, there is a trick. So if you take a look, this right here is only going to give me 10 magic powders. Well, so you can't get magic endurance on a lot of the melee pieces, because the really high defense pieces for melee and range don't have the ability to get magic endurance on them. So you're going to have to give up one. So either you can pick, let's go into the auction house real quick. And let's look at rare pieces, apply, and let's go down to armors. And let's just look at chest armors. So if I look in all of these plate armor pieces, if you look in here, we've got melee endurance, melee evasion, ranged endurance, max health, health regen. These are the only 6 traits that this gear can possibly have. Each piece of gear has 6 traits that it can possibly have. So there's no magic anything on here. So if you want magic, then you have to go back to some of the other pieces. So down here we've got a tunic. So this is, I think, a piece of leather here. Here we go, Dusk Blood Garb. That's definitely a leather gear. So if we open that up, you'll see you have ranged endurance, ranged evasion, magic endurance. So here you have no melee. And then if we go all the way down to the cloth gear, you get melee endurance, melee evasion, magic endurance, but you have no ranged. So the big difference here is that the base armor values on cloth gear are significantly less than the base armor values on heavy gear. And so you're not going to be nearly as tanky to melee if you're in these robes, because my base armor value for my chest piece when it's maxed out is 200 melee defense and 236 ranged. So on the cloak, you're probably only going to get, I don't think mix and match. Everything that I've seen, Canon XO, who is probably the most knowledgeable YouTuber for this content, or for this game right now, played tons on Korea, just knows a whole lot about the game. He always kind of talks about the game as a rock, scissors, paper. So you're always going to be able to defend yourself against 2 things. And then that third thing is always going to be what kills you. So as a tank, I think you just kind of have to let magic be that thing. And because magic is going to be that thing, then you can sort of mitigate the fact that magic is going to kill you by sleeping magic users. So I think it's best, because you get so much more base defense for melee and ranged than you would for melee and magic, that it just makes sense to set yourself up against melee ranged and then use that sleep to get your magic users. And if you want to make that as easy as possible, right, you can get bonus sleep chance, you can get bonus weaken chance, you can get all of that stuff, so that you make sure that you're hitting with your curses and your sleeps and stuff on your magic enemies, so that you can just take them out of the fight, and that's how you'll defend against them. Now, it is going to be harder to sleep magic enemies, I think. I do think that their gear is going to have max health, melee endurance, range. Absolutely. That seems totally viable. 100%. And if for some reason you can't get max health, then don't fall for the trap of just getting a small amount of evasion. So I don't know if any of the pieces can't get health, but you know, if 6 of your pieces have endurance health, and for some reason one piece can't get health, don't go, oh well, I'll just throw some melee evasion on there, because it'll be totally useless. You might as well not even have that trait. If for some reason you can't get the health, then go for health regen or mana or, you know, something like that, because it'll have no value if you pick evasion. Man, it seems like the right thing to do. So it'll depend. So a big deal is going to be your passive skills. So we have our weapon skills, but we also have all these passives. And so one of the passives that you can get is... yeah, so here's a passive that gives you mana regen. But I have a passive. Lighting a target decreases the remaining cooldown for all skills by 14%. Healing increases curse duration. Increases magic melee and range defense by 6 per 1% shield block. Oh, here we go. Evading an attack restores 38 mana, and each successful shield block or defense skill block restores mana equal to 28% of the damage blocked. Additionally, restores 21 health. So this is kind of my whole sustain strategy right here. Is every time my shield blocks, and my shield block chance is really high, right? I have 36%. Plus, you have your active skill, which is counter barrier, which gives me another 28% every time I have it active. So I'm at 60-something% block chance right now. So I'm getting, every time I block, I'm getting tons of mana back, and I'm getting a little bit of health. So that's a big part of my sustain. But honestly, I need to go through and take another look at all of the passives, because I don't know if my passive setup for PvP is necessarily the best. And I think I picked some things that I thought were going to be good, and then never went back to them, and I don't think they really fit my playstyle anymore. So there's just some work to be done there. There's a lot to making a build in this game. If you're not following a build guide, thankfully the skills, you can't really mess your skills up. Because A, you get a lot of parchments and stuff from these dungeons, so I think it's fairly easy to get more skills up. And B, you get all those skill transfer rolls or whatever. And so I think that's fairly easy as well. The only thing that I think you could probably mess up is these precious skill growth books of omnipotence that you have to use for your big time skills. Right, you've got these epic skills over here, and you have 2 for each class. These require the omnipotence books, and they start out as purple skills. So in order to level those up, you have to use those, and I think that's a pretty limited resource. And so you really need to pick the right ones for that. But You only use one curse, so not really worth having one passive for curse when you could be using it. Right, exactly. And so I actually like this curse duration because I also have a passive, my vampiric passive. If I can find it, here we go. Vampiric Contract restores an ally's health by 14.6% of the damage dealt to a victim of the user's curse. Restores the user's health instead if no allies are within range. So, because I use Vampiric Contract, I like to have that curse duration so I can be gaining back hit points. So when I drop this on those big groups, I'm always dropping that big AoE curse and then using that annihilating blade that does that spin and hits everybody. I'm just gaining tons and tons of hit points back which is why I sustain so well in the open world. But in PvP, maybe not so effective. And if that's the case, then I'm going to have to just completely take off the Vampiric Contract too. So that's going to leave me 2 open slots for new passives. And, maybe using this, taking skill damage as a chance to increase my healing. That seems like a good one. Granting health recovery and regen to allies via active skills increases mana regen. Meh. Skill heal increase per 1,000 maximum mana. What is my maximum mana? Let's see. Max mana 6,000. Okay, that's pretty good. Almost 7. Okay, so there's something to that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to go explore all of that stuff. Check impenetrable. Okay. Impenetrable increases magic, melee, and range defenses proportional to the number of targets within 2-meter radius. Magic, melee, and range defenses increase by 179 if there are 2 or fewer targets within range. Increase by 280 if there are 3 or 6 targets. Increase by 700 if there are 7 or more. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I see you. I see you, Insoms. Why am I not using this? I'm such a dope. Especially if you're getting yanked by a... Yeah, absolutely. That's great. I need to set up a third skill set, specifically for PvP, because I think this one's really good for open world PvE. This one's really good for dungeon PvE. So I need to get myself a good open world PvP. And then honestly, I need one more slot for open world PvE. Small scale PvP for arenas. I wish we could get extra slots. There you go. There you go. Alright. If y'all give me just 1 second, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick before we do this big PvP event. So I'll be right back in just a minute or two. And then we'll see about killing some fools. Okay, we're back. How much time we got left? We've only got 15 minutes. I'm just gonna head over the guild hall right now. Ain't much I'm gonna get done in 15 minutes, and we'll keep chit-chatting. Oops, that's not where the guild hall is. This is where the guild hall is. Let's see. I'm really excited about this Boonstone thing.
You! Check out this new equipment! You in a guild yet?
This is going to be the most fun. There's actually a little PvP arena in here. I fought one of the dudes from the guild, like the first day I joined, and got absolutely shitted on.
If you need something, come. How've you been?
How many of these can I buy? 75? That might be worth it. You can also, so these chests give you the golem equipment. So for guild coins, you can buy these to maybe get the traits that you want for your weapons. How do you level mastery? You go into skills, and then you click, and then it brings you in. So I went all the way to impregnable stance first, so I've got an extra 16% shield block here. And some max health. And then I think I'm going to go all the way over to here, because we get, you know, collision chance, some hit chance, which I really need. Because my hit chance isn't necessarily super high. Collision resistance, base damage, melee defenses, just some good stuff here.
When I was young, no guild ever dreamed of having its own place.
For mastery? No.
The world showed
The way you get mastery is you do your daily contracts.
More thorough preparation means more certainty. Oh, welcome. What brings you here?
I don't think open world dungeons give you mastery either. I may be wrong. But the best way to get weapon mastery is to do your daily contracts, because you get those little dewdrops that only last 24 hours that you have to use. They give you a bunch of mastery. So just do those every day. You should be good to go. The problem is you can't save them. So later on, when you max out the mastery on your primary weapons, do your dailies, and then switch to a different weapon, even if it's just a green version of a weapon. So every day you get... We'll go check. These contracts right here for this contract manager.
Just let me know if
So
it's
every day
you're after. Greetings.
you get
Here are today's contracts.
10 contract rights, and you can save them up for 6 days. And then you get these contracts. And you'll see, no matter which one you do, you get these little dewdrops that give you 1,000 points towards your mastery. But these only last for 24 hours. So you have to make sure you use them right away.
Are you interested in exchanging your...
Let's go see. Yeah, a lot of people didn't. It's kind of stupid. This person has a stupid amount of combat power. They're over 2,700. Somebody got Mordecai's greatsword. Nice. Ooh, with crit hit chance. That's pretty good. Probably made them a little bit of money.
If you're thinking... Oh, welcome. What brings you here?
I don't know if they swiped in sums. I think if I had known some things that I didn't know right off the bat, I could probably be pretty close to 2,700. And I haven't swiped at all. And I didn't even play for like the first 3 days because I was playing once human. So I think it's totally reasonable to be able to be at 2,700 right now if you just play a lot. But it does require playing a lot and maybe having some luck and getting some good stuff to go ahead and sell. Oh, that's right. I got my things and I never went and purchased the stuff. Oh my goodness. I only have 7 minutes. I don't want to get in trouble, but I gotta go. This shield is so shiny. So glorious. Made out of like solid opal or something. So let's go see. What might we want? I hear you. Yep.
You know the siege warfare is about to begin.
The war will begin...
Shield made out of marble. Heck yeah. So good. I forget where I have to go. I think I go right here.
You're looking for Jesper, the master of accessories?
Okay.
Some pretty good
Oh,
taste.
there it is. So can I make any of these? I can make any of these. Is it actually going to let me craft it? Wow. Wow. So I need to figure out strength, max health, that's probably not. Wisdom, weaken chance, sleep chance. Strength, sleep chance. Strength, perception, mana regen. Added attack speed, strength, stun chance. Dex, collision chance, wisdom, health regen. These are the shadow ones, okay. Dex, critical hit chance, weaken chance. Strength, perception, cooldown. Strength, dex, bind. Max max health, melee endurance, collision resistance. Oof. That's good right there. That's real good right there. That honestly might be what I want. And then perception, weaken, cooldown. Wisdom, max mana, mana efficiency. That's pretty good. Perception, stun. Movement speed, dex, stun. So honestly, the item I'm most interested is this right here. And we might go ahead and pick one of these bad boys up. Can I craft this? Yeah, we can. Okay. Okay. Let's open this up. Let's use it. Let's pick our flame rot bindings. Let's hope for a good skill damage resistance. Skill damage resistance. That's what we're... Everybody cross your fingers. We want skill damage resistance. Health regen. Literally the most useless one. I'm so sad. I want to crawl in a hole. We can turn it into a lithograph. And then... maybe, sell it that way. We still got 3 minutes. Let's go to the auction house. Let's look at flame rot bindings. Throne giveth, throne taketh away. They haven't given me anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
So take your time looking around.
Accessories? Belts?
Now you can smash the occupant to bits as you wish.
There we go. We want to look at miscellaneous lithographs. There are none for sale in here.
You have it halfway destroyed.
Ooh. This is why I wanted this one. Look at that. So there's only one of these that I could get, so I'm going to trait conversion this. How many trait conversion stones do I have? I have 25, so if I get 75 more, I can trait conversion this to something that's going to be worth over 2,000. And it might be worth it to just sell it right now.
The war's about to begin.
Do you belong? Are you here to buy items for your guild members?
Hey, I can buy exactly 75. Heck yeah. Okay. We get another chance here. We get another chance. We go to trait. Drop that in there. Now we could use selective trait conversion because we have enough of these to pick. But because there's such a good chance that I'm going to get the one that I want, we're just going to go to random trait conversion. Then we hit it, and we get max health. So then we look at our trait extraction, 150 health. I don't remember if health was the other one that was garbage. Nope, bind resistance was. So max health is the worst of them available. Are any of these actually selling? 6 sold.
Do you need any stone guard specialties? Just say the word.
So we'll probably put it up for like 2K. And then call that good. Do I have enough extract stones? No, I don't. I need 25. Do I have...
Please take care.
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to stop talking to y'all because I'm getting instructions. Yeah, it's the... it's the thing for the battle pass. So everybody just has the same skins right now. Because we're all using battle pass skins. This is going poorly. We're definitely losing this fight. So you tend to do 1 conversion stone for every 10 lucid? Yeah, that's my minimum. Ensims. We're partying up right now. We're gonna go fight a Boonstone for a GVG. But the way we're setting up our parties is silly. Yeah. This is going to go incredibly poorly. So it's a Boonstone. So the way these Boonstones work is right now Blaze Bandits own it, but when we own it, we'll get a skill boost damage of 50. So a guild takes control of these and then owns them for I think it's a week. I think once a week, Ensims. Okay, so then we just have to hold this for 3 minutes and... Well, I don't even have to do anything, apparently. I'm just gonna stand here and cap this point. Okay, we took control. I don't think we have to be down here anymore. I really didn't think we were going to win because we had no strategy for setting up parties, but the other team just didn't bring nearly enough people. So we ended up with a significantly larger group. I think we've got, what, like 20 or so people here? Maybe 25? I don't think the sword did. Let's go look. No. At least not the weapons I have. It's possible that other weapons could. Oh. Hey, I got a silk hood. I'm gonna put that in my lithograph book. How useful. Perfect. That's so nice. It would be crazy to have every armor piece have range endurance, for example. Yeah, it would be awesome to be able to have ranged endurance on stuff. I mean, it's possible that there's a shield out there that can take endurance. I mean, it is a sword and shield, so having endurance on it wouldn't be so weird. This was interesting. It's funny because if enough people show up to win this fight handily, then it's boring and you feel like you shouldn't have showed up. But if nobody shows up, then you can't possibly win, so... It is absolutely incels. But so the important thing is that eventually those things will even out. Right now, my team has a numbers advantage, and my team probably has a gear score advantage because we pretty handily knocked them out when we first came in here. And I was the first one to jump up on the other side, and I got bombed pretty hard by a lot of people, and I didn't die. So I don't think have nearly as good a gear as we do. So eventually their gear scores will catch up because, you know, you can only get so far. And once we all max out, and we won't be able to have that gear score advantage. And so things will start being more about strategy and more about preparation. Mm-hmm. 8 more minutes. This isn't Darkest who's been talking the whole time? Oh, okay. I'm gonna get jumped out here. Chilling out all by myself. 20 of them just jump out and whoop my butt. I got another piece of gear. Tomorrow I'll start to build something with max health, range endurance, and melee endurance in one of those build websites. Yeah, I'm actually using max roll for mine because in order to use the other one, I have to have to use the other site, you have to have verified Discord with a phone number, and I don't have a phone, so I don't have the ability to do that. So I'm using Maxroll. Well, this was super boring. How unfun. Wonder what's that? Oh, here they come. Yeah, strength is a must. Perception and wisdom are also pretty important because you're going to be focusing so many of your stats on. Because you're going to be focusing all of your stats on defenses of different types, then having. Hey, Mother Sorrows with the one gifted sub. Thanks a lot, Sorrows. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry. Alright, we win. That was thoroughly boring. They just did not have the numbers. That's too bad. They're not a low tier guild. Let's go to search. Yeah, Blaze Bandits are number 6. So it's not like we were picking on a super weak guild. They've got 70 people. Like, that should have ended up being a much closer fight. Cool. Good job, guild. Way to go. I'm sorry I doubted you. I am sorry I doubted you. What do we got coming up? In 40 minutes, we've got bosses coming. Looks like we'll probably go ahead and do maybe a Chernobog? What's Chernobog got? Weaken chance, cooldown speed. That's actually pretty good. Helm of the Field General. Yeah, we'll do Chernobog. Basically, to level up my weapon mastery, I need to do daily contracts, which gives me the water drop. Water drop is basically XP boost I can use to farm out in the world, which helps. No. The water drop is just straight up XP. You just drop that bad boy on your character, and it just gives you XP on whatever weapons you currently have equipped. So once you max out your mastery on the 2 weapons that you want to use, then you want to switch to other weapons whenever you use the dewdrops to try and get mastery on other weapons, just in case you ever decide to switch, or you ever end up with the ability to you know, make like two weapon sets or something. Yeah, I didn't use my first set either and lost them, so I should have a little more mastery than I have right now. But it's pretty quick to get up to 7 or 8, and then it starts to slow down pretty significantly. But it shouldn't take you too terribly long to get a little bit at least. Let's see, we want to add that one to that. We want to add, or we'll add that one to that. We'll add that one to that. Let's go back into the lithograph book and just make sure. Okay. Yeah, good deal. Good deal. We don't want to go there. Guess we'll go spend a little more time in the Phocis Basin. And just kill some orcs and wait for those bosses to come up, and then we'll go do an open world boss, and then we'll go to the PvP boss again and go see about doing some more PvP. What bosses are going to be up for PvP next hour? We're going to have Malachar, Cornelius, Talus. So what it seems like Momentum does is we always end up going to Malachar, and I think Momentum does one of these regular bosses and then does one of the super easy conflict bosses and then goes to Malachar. So if we want to compete with them, we'll need to start going like, you know, Talus and then Cornelius and then Malachar to try and stop them, because Malachar just takes too long and they all end up over here. So we'll go ahead and do Chernobog, and then we'll head over to those others in order. We'll do Talus after Malachar. See if we can't get some PvP in, see if maybe we can try and get that open world boss. Because the open world bosses are so powerful. Oh, I'm in my wrong gear set. Or my wrong skill set. Whoops. What are the benefits of being the top guild? Just bragging rights? I mean, it's all about gear opportunities. So having that higher tier guild means that you're going to have more strong players that want to join, which means you can go and contest more of those open world bosses. Open world bosses have higher drop loot tables. The conflict bosses, sorry, have higher drop loot tables than the peace bosses. So you end up getting more gear that way. And then as your guild levels up, you can get more and more opportunities to fight the guild bosses instead of the open world bosses, which means more loot drop opportunities. And then you own the Boonstone like we own, which gives you resources and XP for your guild, which keeps you higher in the rankings, which means more people want to join you, which means more opportunities for more stuff. So it's just all about gearing opportunities. Then you can, like, again, if you're in a really good guild, then you can come down during the nighttime and go into the crypts and the abyss dungeons, and the drop tables during nighttime, during the PvP time, are greater in the conflict zones here in these dungeons. So you want to go down during those times. So if you have a really good guild, then you can take over those dungeons during the nighttime and get better drops and more chances at drops. So I mean, it's literally just 100%. Whoops. About creating opportunity to get more loot. And when everybody drops more loot, then everybody gears up faster. And it's just kind of this perpetuating cycle. Oh, my GeForce Now session's about to end. I'm gonna have to reset my game. Guessing some of those are weapons are impossible to get unless you're in a top guild. So the daily bosses are dropping their gear often enough that while it's going to be difficult to get some of that stuff, it's not going to be absolutely impossible. The difficult gear to get is coming out soon. We don't have it yet, but it's the Arc Boss gear. So the Arc Bosses only show up once a day, if that. So instead of going to this, instead of going over here and seeing the hourly, you'll go to the daily, and you'll start to see the Arc Boss and what day they show up on. And so the first Arc Boss is Tevent. And Arc Boss Tevent shows up. No, sorry, the first Arc Boss is Queen Bellendir. And then Tevent. So we don't get the Arc Bosses until the end of the next set of phases. So right now we're here. And we're finishing this one. We get Sanctum of Desire in 17 hours, so I'll be doing Sanctum of Desire tomorrow on stream. And then at the end of this next one, which is going to be like weeks from now, we get Queen Bellendir and Tevent. And these are some of the most powerful gears in the game, dropped from Bellendir and Tevent. The Tevent daggers, because so many DPSs / dagger, the Tevent daggers are extremely valuable. And so because those only appear during days, and I don't know if they're conflict bosses or if they're peace. I'm not sure, I've never done one, and I've never actually watched one done. So if they're conflict bosses, then that means that not only do they only show up every few days, but they also, you have to compete with other guilds to be able to get them, which is going to be extremely difficult if you're not in a top guild. But that's really the only gear that the guild system sort of prohibits people from getting access to. who gets the weapon. It'll be just randomly somebody who was there for the kill. It'll be a loot table just like, I mean, if I get it and I haven't finished all my gear yet, I'm keeping it. I don't care who in the guild needs it. I might sell it to the guild. That might be an option. And then keep the money myself so that just guild members can bid on it instead of me putting it out in the open market. But if I don't have my whole gear set, then I absolutely won't just give it up to the guild. So whoever gets it will be the one who gets it. Just whoever randomly gets the drop. Because we have it set up where you have 5 minutes to claim it. Now, if I've already got my whole build set up, and I mean, for the Tevens, I'll expect to have my whole purple set up before I give up something that valuable. But if I have my whole setup, then I'll just give it away to the guild. I don't mind helping out. Yeah, I'll show you here in just 1 second. Let me just finish up this pack here. So something that is a little shisty that can be done, though, is these settings can be changed at any time. And so... but you'll go into your guild here, and if you just go down to Manage and Settings, it's this setting right over here, Boss Loot. Guild acquires after 5 minutes, goes to guild members. So... if it goes to guild, then the guild determines who it goes to. If it goes to guild members, I think just anybody can claim it. I'm not 100% sure. But the problem here is that this can be changed at any time by your advisors and your leader. So you could be at 5% about to kill the boss, and then somebody could change this setting. And then the boss dies, and you drop your good loot, and then... the loot just goes to the guild and you don't have your 5 minutes. So you choose you go to your distribution and you go to your item storage chests. And right now it says sale pending, but during the 5 minutes after the drop, it says pending claim or something like that, or claim pending. And then you just click on it and then it'll give you the opportunity here to claim it. And you just click claim or give to, I think claim is over here and give to guild is over here. So you just click claim or give it to the guild, and then it'll go into your mail, and you pick it up out of your mailbox. But honestly, you have to be pretty careful. Try and get to know your guild leadership, and kind of suss out whether or not you think they're shisty, because there's a pretty good chance that if you don't know your guild already before the game, then, you know, they don't even have to give up the entire guild. All they have to do is just kick you and take your item and then keep everybody else in the guild. And if you don't raise enough of a stink, or if people don't care, then the guild doesn't get kicked out. You know, I don't, actually. I don't know any of the people in this guild. I've spoken to some of my leadership, and they seem okay. But we haven't been playing long enough for their actions to back up what their words have said. So I'm not in a position yet where I trust them. But they seem, just based on what I've spoken to them, they seem alright. And so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt until something shiesty starts happening. When I made mention of the fact that it seems like so far most of the items that have been distributed in our guild have been distributed to our guild leadership and not to members, instead of just telling me to shut up and kicking me, they, said that they were going to come up with a better distribution plan and start making things distribute to the other members more consistently. So the fact that they didn't just tell me to shut up and kick me at least says to me that they're not the type of people who are just going to kick problems and try and, hold everything down with an iron fist. So that's at least a bonus, in my opinion, in their direction. So we will see what happens when we start getting really good loot and people start having things like Tevin daggers drop. I agree. I think there should at least be a notification that says, hey, this guild setting has been changed or something. Or, it can't be changed like within 24 hours, or it can only be changed so often, or I don't know, something needs to change. But for sure. Something does need to change. Something that I saw a YouTube video on this particular problem a while back, and something that the person who made the video recommended was that you have to choose at guild creation what the setting is going to be, and then you just can't change it at all. Like, as soon as you set up the guild, that's just the way it is from then on. And honestly, I kind of like that idea, because it gives everybody, and then I think it should be shown, like, publicly. So if anybody is trying to join your guild, then they know, like, okay, this is the way the setting is in this guild. Because that's just extremely important information to have. Because there isn't really any reason to change that system. Once you've selected the 5-minute thing, like, I mean, what is the value in being able to change that, really? Other than, being able to take somebody's really good item. Honestly, it should just always be the 5-minute thing. Because if you're the one who gets the drop, you're the one who gets the drop, I like the idea of being able to share with the guild, right? I think that's great, especially because we don't have a direct player-to-player trading system. You have to have some way for guilds to share gear and stuff. That's very important. But that system needs to be an option to engage with, not an absolute. And honestly, I would like to be able to put other stuff in the guild bank as well. So not just loot drop that drops from the bosses automatically goes in there, but if I get some drop from a dungeon boss or something like that when I'm off on my own that happens to be really good for somebody else and I don't need it, like, I'm down. Let me freaking put that stuff in there. That's fine. And then, I mean, we could help each other even more. Being in a guild would be even more useful, which would be great. That's fine. I'll just stand here being stunned. But something I did get, and I want to show you all. I just noticed that I got it earlier. So these are when I was fighting orcs just a minute ago, I got one of these contract scrolls. So these are just like those contracts that you get from the contract managers. They drop in the area where they're available. So I was fighting orcs and I happened to get one. And if you look in here and I open this up, it's going to give me a contract for either the orcs or these zombies. I've joined a guild pretty casual, level 10, trying to get to 11. Nice. I mean, small guilds certainly have a place. There's so many boonstones. So only one boonstone can be owned by a guild at a time. And there's a ton of boonstones. That's a rift, so there's a boonstone. Is this a boonstone? Yeah, there's a boonstone. I don't know, there's tons of them out here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the one that we got. 6, 7. There's like 8 or 9 boonstones already, and we haven't even unlocked them all, I don't think. So there's plenty of room for guilds all the way up to top 10 to own boonstones. So there's plenty of room, and then you've got these rift stones. I don't really know what the rift stones do. We haven't done that yet, but hopefully we're doing that next week. But I just used that thing, and so it gave me... I haven't chosen one yet, but you'll see. It gives you the ability to refresh 99 times. It gives you the regular rewards that you would normally get. And then it gives you the regular quests. So you're seeing that it's going to give me 75,000 Solent, but it only costs 572 to refresh. So total, that's 57, 58k. Or, sorry, a little under 57k to refresh 99 times, and I'm getting 75k. So I can't go backwards on Solent doing this. So I hit refresh, didn't get a pouch. Hit refresh, didn't get a pouch. 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 And I'm just going to keep refreshing until I get a pouch. Because then every one of these is guaranteed going to give me a pouch. Bammo. 23 rerolls, and there's my pouch. And this just says kill skeletons. So I accept that. And then I'm going to teleport right over there. Actually, first I'm going to reset my GeForce now. So if y'all give me a minute, I'm going to put you on a black screen for just a second. And then we're going to exit here. I just don't want you all to be able to see my particulars of my like Steam account and stuff like that as I log in. I got that by killing orcs, yes, Insoms. And you can get those in every zone. So whatever zone you're killing enemies in, you're going to get one of those scrolls that is for the zone that you're killing in. So find a piece of gear or something like that, like a blue piece that you want to go farm. And then while you're farming it over there, then you're also having the potential to get those drops. And lower tier ones drop in lower tier zones. So you can get some that'll give you, you know, like the really early zone stuff too. How does the GeForce thing work? I've heard of some people using it. It's just a remote play service. So instead of playing on my local machine, I'm playing on a remote machine and then just streaming the game to myself. So I'm sort of like watching myself play on my computer. But it only costs $10 a month. And the rig that I play on has a 20 series graphics card and is just a really nice rig that is maintained by, you know, somebody else. So I don't have to deal with cleaning it and all that stuff. So I just have a really old computer here. It's like 11 years old. And I play on it using GeForce Now. And I just have a really nice internet connection and I play over the internet. It's very convenient because, I mean, it only costs me $120 a year instead of, you know, every 3 to 5 years spending $1,000 to $1,500 on a new computer. So, and they have, I don't know, it's a special compression or something that they use. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's, the input latency is extremely low. So I don't even notice that I'm playing on a remote machine, really. Now, you're never going to be like the most competitive at a shooter or something like that. You know, if you're trying to like be the best at Fortnite or League of Legends, then playing on a remote machine is not the answer. But those games, because they're esports games, they're really good about being playable on, you know, tons of different devices and not really having huge requirements. So, you know, like when I play League on my local machine because my local machine can run it at 200 frames, so it doesn't really matter. But I just got that quest, so I'm gonna go do that quest, which takes me right down here. And then I go down this way. And I'm supposed to kill zombies of some sort, I think. No, defeat skeleton soldiers and skeleton lancers. That's great. Actually, the skeleton lancers drop an item that I want. Don't want the skeleton knight. Skeleton lancer. Skeleton lancer. Get your ass over here. Alright, here we go. Whoops, not the button I wanted to press. What key do you press for content manager? Content manager. Oh, this is N is the default key. It brings up your journal. I didn't realize it was called Content Manager, or that it said Manage Content up there. I was really confused when you said, how do I bring up the Content Manager? I was like, what the fudge is a Content Manager? Even though I was just in it. Seems like these skeletons are even easier to kill than the orcs. Very nice. Spooky, scary skeletons. I don't actually need to fight this knight, so I'm not going to. We've got 12 minutes before the bosses start. Nice. Get over here, Archer boy. Hey, what's up, Taka? Love to see a new name in the chat. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you today? How are you enjoying your time in Throne and Liberty? It just does damage over time. I could probably get it to do some other stuff, but I don't want to invest too much. I apparently have a guildmate whose name is Pwned Your Mom, which is just great, really. The real reason that I have the curse is you'll see I gain a whole bunch of health back whenever I hit all those enemies that are cursed. Because I have that vampire thing. Have you tried the explosion one? No, I haven't tried the explosion one in Sums. I am vegan bogging. Oh, okay. What's up? What's up? How you been? Hey, there we go. Got my pouch. All I really care about. Just want my pouch. Spooky, scary skeletons. Self-healing wall. I dig it. I dig it. This game is super pay to win, Taka. Absolutely. Don't let any of the people who are trying to sugarcoat it fool you. It is 100% pay to win. However, that does not mean that you can't compete. I have been able to get a pretty significant amount of resources myself, and I'm up to 2,400. I can't quite buy enough of those, darn. This mean you'll never be the best. Yeah. But that's not even necessarily true. Eventually you will catch up. The pay-to-win aspect of this game simply means that if you're going to be free to play and you want to be competitive, you better play a stupid amount. You just go to the shop, and you go down here to where it says Ornate Coins, and you use them right here. The best thing to do every month, buy your 15 blessing pouches. And then after that, your purple growth stones are important. Maybe these purple books as well. And trait extraction stones are always going to be useful. Except for Once Human. Once Human wasn't like that. Except they're dropping $600 loot crate sets like every freaking week. Because they suck. No, you don't buy the ornate coins in the store, you use them in the store. You get them, they're sort of a premium currency that you get without using real money. You get them from... you can... You could do RMT with the game. Like, it's not against the rules. Obviously, you can just buy all this stuff. RMTing with other players is still against the terms of service and will absolutely get you banned. There's also no direct player-to-player trade in this game. So all RMT would have to be done through the auction house, which would probably get you caught. So no, technically you're not allowed to RMT. Is it possible? Sure. Can you? No.
Don't run when it's raining.
We have lots of items may be low, but I still have a wide assortment. Choose as you will.
When I say I've made a decent amount of money, I mean in-game money. No, you cannot trade with another player. It is not possible. Alright, let's go to the shop. Whoops, wrong shop. Auction house. But the auction house uses the premium pay currency. So... let's take this up to 1,750, I think. Actually, average price is 1,600. Let's go to the average. I think that's reasonable, don't y'all? Let's do it.
Are you looking for something? Come and
So, how do you get the ornate coins then? The ornate coins are given. So, every time there's maintenance, they've been giving us 100 ornate coins. They're part of your quests. You get ornate coins through your quests. I mean, I'm not... Like, if I wanted to wait to sell it in sums, then I could put it for higher and probably get it sold for more. But honestly, I don't care. Like, even a little bit. It does not matter to me. If I can make 1,600 off of this, like, that's huge. That's like 3 more pieces of gear for me. Just totally trade it out. So, I bought the pouches at the contract merchant. Yeah, you buy the pouches at the contract merchant. Every day you get one. So definitely do that every single day. And that's really all you need from the contract merchant. Well, this enchanted ink is also pretty important for making lithographs later. But ornate coins, let's see if there's a way I can show how to get them. Yeah, it's sort of just you get them through like quests and stuff like that. Do you maybe get them in the lithograph book at all? Oh no, I know where you get them. I remember now. It's in the codex. When you do the collections, you get a couple of them for each of these things that you collect. And then I think some of the explorations might give you ornate coins. But yeah, doing stuff in the codex is how you get a lot of this stuff. I need to go through and actually do all of this, because there's so much stuff to be able to get. I mean, you could accelerate so much if you did all of these. I mean, look at being able to get purple books. Yeah, I've barely done any of it either, but it's valuable. It's certainly worth it. And it's definitely a good way to sink some time in. Honestly, I should probably start doing some of it. Oh, shoot. We got bosses. 2 minutes. Chernobog. Met you on somebody's island. Thought you had known me before. I bought you a crate of papaya and waited all night by your door. The boss Chernobog has a sword. So he's got the sleepy sword. Hang on. Something's coming over here attacking. Now it's dead. Yeah, so he's got the sleepy sword. I think this is actually probably pretty good in PvP, if you can get a lot of things to attack you. Blocking a melee attack decreases the attacker's move and attack speed by 30% for 3 seconds and applies Sleep Curse for the next 3 seconds. 6 of its monsters cool down 30 seconds. So, you know, just running through enemies, getting them to hit you, and then making them fall asleep. Sounds like fun. Then you've got the Field General Helm, which the Field General set gives melee attack heavy chance and mobility skills. So this actually gets used by the greatsword users because, you know, stun chance and movement speed. So they use all these pieces. So this is actually going to be really valuable if I can get it. And then there was another piece in there that I saw that I thought was pretty good. Busy, good, good. A lot of people look like they're maybe going over to this one on the right-hand side. Yeah, that one's busy. This one's still just good, so I'm gonna go in this one, I think. Yeah, honestly, you wouldn't even need the sleeping curse. You would just need the the thing that you use to proliferate it, because they would already be cursed. So you'd be good. Now we sit here and wait for 5 minutes until we can do Chernobog. Oh, there's so many people. This sucks. Hey, there's old Pone's your mom again. What a dum-dum. Rocking that sword shield great sword. Making that bruiser build happen. Yo, if I get the sword, I'm gonna give you a big old wet sloppy kiss. You'll be my new good luck charm. You will be required to be here every single day. I do not have, nor will I ever have children. So unfortunately, that is not viable. I am also allergic to basically every furred animal on Earth. So I don't have any pets and can't have any pets. I've considered maybe getting a pet lizard. But I can't have dogs, I can't have cats. I'm allergic to horses, like all of it. I have really bad allergies. I also don't own any plush toys. I'm kind of a minimalist. I don't really own anything that I don't need. And plush toys don't serve a purpose. I'm sorry, Ensoms, you're just gonna have to deal with the fact that I don't own a car. I don't drive. I also don't own a bike. Also don't own a skateboard. I don't really go outside. And the store is within walking distance. I do have a pair of shoes. I'll name my shoes after you. It will be Ensom shoes. Yeah, man. I be rolling around on those Chevrolet legs. I actually do want to get me an electric bike. Just one of them little, cruise around, tool around bikes. Make it easier, get a little something to hitch to the back of it, go grocery shopping in or something. How many skill sets do you have? Just 2 right now. I do need to make a PvP one though. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, this is my aggro. I don't know what y'all think you're talking about. Give me back that aggro. Gosh darn it. I can't get back the aggro. Oops. I forgot about the petrify thing. One for dungeon, one for AoE PvE, one for PvP. Yeah, that's probably what I'll be doing. I would prefer to have one for small scale PvP and one for large scale PvP. And honestly, I could probably do that. My dungeon one isn't that much different from my AoE farm one, so I could probably just change the skills out. But I don't really want to do that because it's annoying. Honestly, I just need more than 3 skill sets. 3's too few. You know, what if I get another weapon? Then I'll have 3 weapons. I'll have to have even more skill sets. I certainly don't want that. Yeah, I think 6 is a reasonable number. For sure. I think 6 is absolutely a reasonable number. Well, I did not get Chernobog's sword. You got my hopes up, Ensoms. And then you failed me. Small scale, large scale, AoE farm, dungeon boss tank. Yeah, absolutely. Those are all good ones. Oh, is this in... So you can't even get down here anymore. That's funny. Because it's nighttime, and that one is closed. So instead of going there, I think we need to go to... Oh, right, we're going to Talus. That's where we're going. But Cornelius, we're not going to be able to get to. So we're going to go try and fight over Talus. Hopefully the rest of my guild comes. Hey, there's a couple of people from the guild in here. The Alliance and the guild. Let's see what we got going on over here. Who's in here doing the thing? Oh, that's our Alliance. Okay. Nice. Nice. We might actually get this. Nice. Bye-bye. Ooh, here they come. Let me heal. Let me heal. I was accidentally healing somebody else, not myself. That sucks. That always happens to me. I always end up clicking on somebody else, and then I'm trying to heal myself, and I can't. Kinda makes me angry. I need to get back in there though, quick, because this boss is going down.
Welcome.
Where is it? It's up here.
Light tends to shine brighter in the darkness.
Have people gotten kicked yet? I think there's a key for self-cast. That's interesting. I don't think people have gotten kicked from my guild yet. They're starting to make room for that possibility though. Where people who are inactive or don't have a minimum required power will end up getting kicked. Oh, gotta go get me a shield. Oof. Almost got nuked. Oh, I did get nuked. Everybody needs to stop focusing on the boss and start trying to kill these enemies. Fighting the boss isn't doing any good. I don't know if it's the... I think you have to be in the arena when the boss dies to be able to get drops, is how it works. So we just need to go try and kick everybody out of the arena before we finish the boss, so that they don't get drops and we do. Oh, there's Pro Gooner again. Mr. Fried Rice. Yeah, that means momentum's here too if Fried Rice is here. Jeez. Gotta get over to the other side where we're at. Nice work. I guess we're just trying to kind of own this side. Gosh darn it. I didn't realize. We got enough time though. Trying to fight and deal with boss mechanics at the same time is a whole new kind of fuckery that I am not prepared for.
Welcome. Pray to Einar. You will find what you have lost.
I've still never gotten that book right there. I've fought Talus like 7 times now. I've never picked up the book right next to the teleport. Ah, there's somebody named Kenpachi over here. Oh, snap. Go get the shield. Oof. Oof. Nice, that guy got nuked. Oh, so many of them got nuked. That's awesome. Hasta la bye-bye. Nice work, remixes. That guy got yoinked. That's hilarious. Ooh, I got yoinked. That's too bad. I might have enough time to get back. I do have chain hook. I'm just an idiot and I don't ever use it. I have big boy chain hook. I can suck in like 8 of them.
Light tends to shine brighter in the darkness.
I'm just an idiot. Oops, and I canceled my teleport. Because I'm an idiot. They're trying to kick us out right before the boss. They let us, you know, do all the boss DPS, and now they're trying to kick us out. So we don't get no loots. Oof. Yeah, here we go. This is the fight right here. Okay, not sure why I'm totally locked down, but sure. Was fun. Oh. I let myself get killed right before the boss. That's too bad. I think I'm just gonna stay here in my dead state and see if that allows me to get some loot. Well, I at least got the completion. Let's find out if I got some loot. I love how there's still a fight going on over here, even though the boss is gone. Yeah, it doesn't look like I got anything. Womp womp. Ah, well. There's just so freaking many of them. Alright, now time to go to Malachar. Fight all over again. This boss is way more of a pain in the ass. I'm sure they did. They had more people in at the end, I think, than we did. I mean, its momentum is one of the top guilds. My guild leader was telling me that some of them used that transfer glitch to transfer their characters from early access into this server. I don't know whether or not that's true. It wouldn't shock me if that was true. They are the top guild on the server right now, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for that to be how they got there. Oh, here comes some peeps. Can I suck you down off of there? Nope, not quite. We're gonna need more than this, though. We're gonna need at least 20 or 25. That's an enemy. That was stupid. Yeah, I could do that. That's true. Eventually they'll have to come down off of there. I could probably just run up, fly off. Yeah, you're gonna need to go ahead and get on out of here, buddy. I think this person's name is Deathless. That doesn't compute. You're gonna die right now. Oh, somebody killed me. Sad day. So something I learned about this boss, if you don't get stunned as the tank, and you throw out your taunt real quick and get aggro, right when everybody gets sucked in, then the boss will stop doing its bounces on the stunned people, and just do the bounces on you, so you can start to run away and it'll stop bouncing and follow you. So you can actually save all the people who got stunned and sucked in if you don't get stunned, and you could throw off a taunt real quick. It'll only get like 1 or 2 bounces off instead of 3 or 4, and save a whole lot of people's lives. More like deathful. That's funny. That's really funny. Alright. Let's get back in here. Let's get into the fight. If we don't have more people from the Alliance, we are definitely not going to survive this. I'm healing somebody else again. I don't even know why we're over here if we're not going to have enough people. Like, they didn't send barely anybody. We totally have an opportunity to take this boss. I wish I could go to these events, but then I get melted. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not a ton of people are in really good gear yet. Like, I'm above the average at 2,400. I think the average right now is probably about 2,200. So, if your combat power is somewhere in the 2,200 range, then you'll probably be fine. You're not going to have tons of success, but it'll be good enough. It'll be a good time. You'll get some smacks in, do a little healing. Oops, I didn't try and save anybody. Oops, somebody else did. Silly goose. I'm alive, nerds. Where are y'all focusing the tank? Jeez, why they want to kill me so bad? They're so mean.
I feel as if you need godly care, you've come to the right place.
Here I thought we were just hanging out, having a good time. Everybody starts shooting me with arrows and stuff, turning me into a little pincushion. I just wanted to make some new friends. I don't really see any allies anymore. Yeah, you better run, buddy. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like I have any allies in here. Ah. Got one. Don't care. We got one. Alright, well, I'm probably not going to keep going back and doing that. Ain't no sense. There's a whole lot of them and like 3 of us, because everybody's just chilling here at the spot where they died. What a bunch of bums, dude. What a bunch of bums. You want to know how to be the top guild? It's really simple. Just get a whole bunch of people who will show up every time. And you will be the top guild. Numbers trump gear score every day of the week. Unless the gear score disadvantage is just insanely huge. Oh, what do we got going on here? Distribution. So somebody got... Somebody got Arcane Shadow shoes. I think that comes from Talus. That's cool. Good for them. And how am I on the kill standings now? Real-time rank up to 186 in the top 200. Good for me. Good for me. In the past 3 days, I've jumped like 700 places in the kill rankings. Just by actually going and PvPing. Yeah, have a good night, Ensoms. Sorry I missed you there for a second. But thanks for coming and stopping by. Thanks for following over on Twitch. It was really great to have somebody to talk to and ask good questions and stuff the whole time. Appreciate it.
Were you looking for me?
Gosh, I really need to do dungeons today. Gross. What do we got here? In 26 minutes, we have another world event, which I don't really care about. And then we have more bosses, so Cornelius, Malachar. Go fight over Azrael. Okay. Well, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to come back over and sign up for a Death's Abyss run, I think. And then... Let's see, that'll take me down to 600. So I actually have to do 2 today. So I'll try and get 2 done, so that I don't go over my limit. And then we'll do the bosses, and... yeah, we'll see from there. So give me just a sec, I'll be right back. I've been talking all day and I didn't even do what once? Accidentally mute myself? I definitely was talking and accidentally muted myself at one point, but I think I caught it pretty quick. And I'm back. So let's go. Oh, nope. Signing up for a dungeon. That's what we're doing. We're gonna do this old matchmaking style. Whoops. Maybe tonight, if I can pull myself away from the live action version of the King's Avatar, then I will watch videos on how to do these other bosses, and then maybe we can do some different bosses instead of just doing this one. Not that this isn't a good boss to be doing. I just would like to maybe do some other stuff as well. Because doing the same boss every single time is boring. Who wants to do that? What are the loot drops from some of the other bosses? Let's kind of take a peek, see here. We have the Field General, so this is good. And very, very sellable. And attack speed, mana cost efficiency, that's actually pretty decent. Attack speed, perception, mana regen, meh. And good old strength, max health. That don't hurt nothing. What do we got over here? Just looking to see if any of these blues are part of a set. Like this one here. Added attack speed if you get 3 of the soul mirrors, so there's probably some value there. With perception 2, melee evasion, yeah. There's decency there. Perception 6, weaken chance on hit applies current mana down 40 to the target. That's pretty crazy, being able to do a mana burn. Perception and bind with the bow. Perception, crit chance, stamina regen on these boots, that's probably pretty good. With a weakened duration and attack range increase. The old crossbow, dex bonus damage. Ooh, yeah, this is probably the bow that these people are using. Heals 61 health whenever making offhand weapon attacks for 6 seconds after a successful hit with offhand weapon. Cooldown 30 seconds. That's pretty strong. This is the wand that I use. So being able to get this wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. It's not a great wand, but the perception and the mana cost efficiency is nice, and so I use it. Do we have a set in here anywhere? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, and you get the teeth for the cooking. Butcher's Canyon. We do have a set with cooldown speed. This belt is actually pretty good. Max health, damage reduction, and weaken resistance. You can really get behind that belt. And a heal set. That's interesting. Not a bad boss. I'm gonna end up needing to do all the bosses because I need to get their tokens. So you get these tokens from every boss. You get four of them per boss run. And if you have 10 of each, then you can make a coin that you can use to craft pretty much any of the dungeon weapons. So you have to do each boss 5 times to get enough coins, because it takes 2 coins to craft the dungeon weapons. I think it's weapons. Maybe it's armors. I think it's weapons. We can go check real quick. Which I'm not terribly concerned about for myself. The heroic sword is actually really good because it's health and stun chance, I think. Or collision chance, that's what it is. Health and collision chance. So I really like it.
Pretty high standards when it comes to weapons.
Let's go into the weapons here. Yeah, so it is the weapons. So you use 2 of these dimensional essence. And you craft those over at the accessory merchant. And it takes 20 of each of them to get the 2 that you need.
Accessories? You've got some pretty good taste.
Here they are. So you get 10 of each one. And I've already gone overboard with the Carnix. But if I figure if I get to 40 there, then I just get to 40 at the rest of them. Then I'll be a little behind. I'll be 5 behind getting to the first one, but then I'll be even when I get to the second one, so it's not a big deal. And then I have 39 of these chests that give me dimensional soul shards. I can almost get 2 of them without having to... Sorry, yawn. Without having to do the boss.
The war will begin soon. If you don't have any strong armor,
But then you can't craft any of the gear that way, which is unfortunate. It takes so long to find dungeon groups. Sure, toss a coin. Make a wish. Interesting.
The war's about to begin.
I should probably be being more productive while I'm waiting,
Yes.
but I've been being fairly productive all day. And I don't want it anymore. I think we need to get rid of these, right? Wasn't going to use any of these. So just dissolve all that. Get my powders.
See you next time.
friend, have you got
Ooh, let's go check the auction house. Still hasn't sold. So just the 2 of them, though. Somebody will eventually see it.
We have lots of wares.
Do I have? I don't feel like doing that right now. I was gonna go do some cooking, but
abilities? My
it takes too long to empty out all this stuff out of my inventory. How many of these do I have? No, not Sardoma. I'm a Desire. So I only have 27 of these, so I'm not going to hit another contract item tomorrow, which is too bad. Which is too bad. Where's my team at? Hey, Ty Rivs. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? How are you enjoying Throne and Liberty? way to buy heroic blades. That's too bad. What about heroic blade? Okay, so here is something that's pretty interesting. So I have 2 heroic blades, right?
Don't run. The goblins have big responsibilities.
And I have
You should know that too.
humanoid bonus damage and heavy attack chance. Now, heavy attack chance is kind of an expensive one, but it's not one that I want. If you look in here, heavy attack chance is worth a whole lot. Max health, hit chance, both worth a whole lot. So I want collision chance and hit chance and max health on mine. But I already have heavy attack chance and humanoid. So if I buy collision chance for just 55, and then use 100 trade exchange stones, I'll have a 66% chance to get one of these other 2 that I want on my trade exchange. And if I do that by getting rid of humanoid bonus damage, then I could have collision chance and then either one of these 2 and the heavy attack chance. I opened my computer the other day, and the side of it apparently never put it back on right. The side of it just fell off on the ground. That's hilarious. Scared the poop out of me. But anyway, so I could have heavy attack chance and then either hit or max damage, or hit or health, and then collision chance. For really, really cheap. And then just use those trade extractions, and the trade extractions are super cheap. Right, you just need guild coins for them. So that's easy enough to get. Or trade conversion, not trade extractions. I don't have any more right now, because I used all those for... Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. I didn't mean to scare you. Normally we just have the nice, quiet, calm sounds of trains in the background. Can I craft out of my storage? I didn't think I could. No, okay, I have a bunch of these resources in here. Let's go put them back in the storage, actually. Okay, it's taken 12 minutes, and we have not been able to get a boss group. Get out here. Oh, there we go. Nice. Please accept healer. Yeah. Let me change to my tank set. And then let's go. Whoops. Lagging. Oh. Unfortunately, if you're an idiot. Already, huh? Why? If you don't wait until I hit the enemy, I can't hold aggro. You freaking dipshits. I'm trying to make things as easy as possible here, so that everything is nice and grouped up. I'm telling you all right now, if you're not a tank, don't pull. Don't be doing crazy stuff. Wait until the tank grabs aggro. And then you can do things. I'm stunned. Somebody better stun that. Stop standing in the middle. You have got to be shitting me. Can we not just walk around the enemies? Please. Oy vey. You don't have to fight that person. The only person you have to fight is the Arbiter. When she says I'll end your life, she grabs somebody and then you got a stun. I think it was me it grabbed. And then the tanks, or the other tank stunned it, the Gears Great Sworder. Really any collision will do to stop the mechanic. but it's an audio cue. I will end your life. Most of the things in here are audio cues. They say, I'll wipe you all when you have to stop the arbiters from one-shotting everyone. And then that boss says, I'll kill you, or I will end your life. And then the next sub-boss says, die. And then this person left. That's interesting. Hey, now they're back. Really? Whatever, dude. Whatever. How did they end up fighting that wizard? This group just confuses the poop out of me. Alright, I can't go out there without aggroing the Arbiter yet.
I'll wipe you all!
He's got no patience.
I'll wipe you all! I'll wipe you all!
Oh, we're done. We're cooked. Hey, NM. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it.
I'll wipe you all!
You have to have, if you're gonna skip enemies, you have to have awareness of the world around you. You have to know where the enemies that you're skipping are. And then you have to not stand where they patrol. Or there's no point in skipping enemies. You're just gonna end up making your life completely miserable. So this boss is going to say impossible and throw up a shield. And the shield is going to be blue. And then the shield will turn red. And then he'll say die. And then you hit him with a movement skill, which I hit him with, and for some reason it didn't work. But you have to hit him with some sort of a stun or a collision or something like that. Or he does the Arbiter Smash and everybody dies. Except he does it way faster than the Arbiters do. I'm gonna get up over here maybe. So maybe I got caught on that little lip or something. And then he says die, and then I hit him. Okay. This is not working for some reason. Thankfully, I'm just beefy enough that I can just eat that damage. And it doesn't matter. Maybe if I hit it sooner. So maybe I was waiting too long. Maybe if the shield turns blue again, he becomes unmovable, and so it doesn't work. I'm not really sure. That must be it. So you have to hit it faster. Good information to know, I guess. One of the big things that I think a lot of people don't do in this final boss is pay attention to where the knockup is going. So the conal attack doesn't do a ton of damage, but it does knock people up. And when they're being chased by scythes, they're usually in their sprint form. So if they get hit, they start losing stamina, which makes them unable to block the incoming blockable fury attacks. So it's very important to try and point these conal attacks away from the rest of your teammates. And when he teleports and does the conals, why do you keep... stop standing in the direction I'm standing. I'm trying to keep you from getting hit. But see, he teleports to the furthest away person, so I make myself the furthest away person. If you stay right up next to him, he doesn't hit you. And you can angle that conal in a different direction so that the rest of your team doesn't get hit. And then, so it's really important here, where we have scythes chasing us. You want to aim those conals away from others so that they don't lose all their stamina. So that they can block that attack. Now they do it again. And he's going to come over here. And I get all up in his skirts. Now he's going to do the throw the scythes at people thing. So we start running away early because he always picks us. Because we're the one with the aggro. Aim those away. I'm going to take that hit. Okay. I accidentally got too close that time and I didn't take the aggro. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, I'll just stay over here so that it aggroes me. And then I take it around this way. Now it's going to throw scythes. Aim that away from everybody. Nice. I don't really worry about getting hit by the scythe, because I'm pretty beefy. We got to get all close. We stay away so that he picks us. Oh, pick somebody else. Whoops. to teleport. And we stay farthest away. Nope, somebody else went. Run away with the scythe. And hey, and we got 3 trade extraction stones. I didn't realize that you got... Oh, somebody got the Amatoy. Nice, congratulations. And we got Gloomguard Sabatons. But hey, at least we got 3 precious omnipotence parchment. That's nice. And why didn't I use those? Gotta use those. What are our Sabatons looking like? Mana regen? How totally useless. Looks like those are going in the lithograph book, though. Nice. And away we go.
The blessings of Aina, a light
Do you belong to a guild? Before war breaks out.
Have 50 minutes until it's time for... Oh. I have completed something. Precious skill growth stone or precious skill for passive. Active or passive? I think we want the actives. Actives first. Actually, let's get those points. Let's go into skills and let's see about... Do we have anything to upgrade this one? No. I think though that I want to pick... Victory slams a target with a sword, dealing damage. Sword and shield skill damage increases by 20% for 6 seconds. Requires the precious skill growth. So I don't even use this one, because it's just a single target. I do use this. I think I need to upgrade the heal, the pool heal, more than anything. It doesn't do a lot. It's just increasing it by 10 a tick. But honestly, it's worth. And then we only get this one if we're super lucky. Oh no, we need 3 more. Oops. Oh well, that's fine. Oh, so the next one takes it to 75%. Okay, so that's really good. Got it. Got it. Man, I really can't wait until tomorrow when the new Abyss dungeon opens. And there's something to do with some of this free time. I guess we could go and do... Actually, let's do that. Let's do an arena. Or 2. Or 10. I've been getting my butt kicked. I have lost every single one of my rounds so far. I've only played 5, but still. That's pretty gruesome. I need to leave this party. Let's get in here. And let's go to ranked matchmaking. This PvP stuff is going to be important in the future because your weekly missions, these PvP ones aren't really important right now because you want the purple gear that you can get from all of these over here. But in the future, you will be getting trait extraction or trait conversion or precious polished crystals from these. Or there's a give me down here that'll give you these trait unlock stones, which are also very important. So eventually, once you get all your purples and stuff all done, you'll be getting these extraction and conversion stones. Will be the most important thing for you. But that's not going to come until after, so you will eventually need to be sort of willing to do this PvP stuff. You have to win 9 times to get all 3 of them, I think. Oh no, this week it's friendly matches. Well, I don't want to do the ranked. It was ranked last week. I thought it was always the same. It's apparently not. You must invite the party leader of a 3-player party. Oh, well, that's annoying. Okay, well, never mind. We're going to play some ranked.
Do you have enough materials?
I will get together with some guildies and play some friendly matches some other time. That's super obnoxious.
I've got lots of good wares, so take your time looking around.
Where we have I really want this to sell. I'm very excited about it. I really want my 1600. I mean, I guess I lose 20%. So I'm actually going to lose like 300, a little over 300. So I'm only going to get like 1300 from it, but still. That's a couple more full pieces. That's pretty good. Why am I not matchmaking anymore? I'm so confused by what's happening in my life right now.
Have you decided? Just leave it to me. I can make any skill stronger.
Oh, let's make some more of these. And let's make some more of these. And let's make another one of these. Job. Good job. What is it that's holding me back from making these? Oh, I don't have enough quality Marins. So I need 7 more quality Marins. I have probably rare Marins. I can probably dissolve them. Let's see, is this a rare blue? Rare blue, rare Marend. If I dissolve a rare Marend, I get 15. And if I turn these into it, so I get... So this is something that works with almost all of the resources. Sometimes the 15 resources only give you back 10. But for most of the resources, if you dissolve them, they give you the lower tier at the same number as it takes to upgrade into the next tier. So if I dissolve that, I get 15, and then if I wanted it back, I could just trade it. So I can just turn these into what I need from the other ones. Whoops. So I get the 15, so I get the 7 I need, and then I can just go right back in here and make 7 more of these without any fuss. So if you have higher tiers, for example, the skill books are the same way. Well, so the skill books actually don't work. I think that's one of the problems. So it takes 15 green skill books to make a blue, but then if I dissolve a blue skill book, I only get 10 green books back. So this isn't worth it. But you can dissolve all the things it takes to make a blue skill book. So I have... Oops, we're going in. But you know, your parchments and your rare marins and all that stuff can be dissolved and then be used to make the quality books instead. And the same thing is true of the stuff it takes to make all the gear and all that stuff. Hey, we going in. We going in here. Let's see what we got. I'm prepared. What are we up against? Bow dagger, sword, shield, wand, bow, staff. So 2 ranged DPSs. I need to focus on the staff person because I don't have defenses against them. Well, I don't have my proper set either. I pooched this pretty bad. Can I change inside the arena? Nope, doesn't look like I can change inside the arena. That's unfortunate. Enchant attack power, sure, why not? Well, we are definitely not winning this. They're actually focusing me, which is kind of confusing me. was awful. Alright, go back into that. And change our skill set. That'll hopefully work better.
The war will begin soon. If you don't have any strong armor, you're going to be struck down in no time.
The small scale PvP I just don't really feel terribly strong because I don't have nearly as much ability to manipulate where people are going. And I feel like it's more about damage in the small scale PvP. Because if you can just burst somebody down, you can change the dynamic of the fight pretty significantly. So the minute somebody dies, it's just kind of over for that little round there. Whereas in larger scale PvP, there's a lot more opportunity to come back from a death. Dare I say even that deaths can be useful in large-scale PvP. Alright, what do we got? Dagger, crossbow, greatsword, dagger, bow, staff. So the greatsword dagger is going to be a pretty considerable threat for CC. We got one kind of off by themselves over here. These other two, I think, stealthed. I'm not just gonna go walk into your trap, homie. That's not a thing. You can stand over there like a dum-dum all you want. Yeah, saw that coming. Why are both of my allies under the floor? Okay, well now we don't go in there. We're not winning a 2-on-3. Okay, do go in there. Let's fight a 2-on-3. Sounds like fun. Let's fight a whole bunch of 2-on-3s back to back to back. dumbass. Well, we're gaining some points. We're doing alright. It's certainly going better than the last fight. Definitely went better than the last fight. I never get any kill credit. No assistance credit, no kill credit, no nothing. I don't know why that's happening. Because I do damage. Not a lot, but I do hit things. This build just does not work. Or I'm not good at small scale PvP. One of those two things is the truth. I don't necessarily know which one it is. What do we got? Crossbow dagger, wand staff. I am so tired of this stealthy freaking garbage. So tired. Oh look, I stealth. Oh look, I teleport. Oh, I dump all my damage in 0.5 seconds. See how good I am? Stay closer together, please. Can I please grab the thing? Jesus. Okay, I think we're kind of doing a little better here. Kind of learning what my job is. I just go over there, and I annoy the crap out of them, and make them go somewhere else. They don't want to go. Well, that was fun. That was a much better fight. A much better fight. I don't feel like I was the weakest link on that fight, which is nice. I feel like I got some good yoinks and good pushes and stuff in there. Arena PvP is freaking hard because everybody is paying attention to what you're doing. And so if you make a mistake, it gets punished. In large scale PvP, you can kind of go unnoticed by a majority of the enemy players. You could run right by them and they don't even realize that you weren't an ally. So you can kind of just dink around and do whatever you want. But in small scale PvP, everybody's paying attention. There's only 6 people to keep track of. What do we got? 24 more minutes until the next boss fight? Hey, we got some guild rewards. Thanks, guildies. Yo, I got so many blue resources. This is silly. Freaking silly. Stokey. Alright, bow staff, sword shield wand. No, sword shield great shield. Sword shield wand. And bow dagger. So bow dagger is going to be annoying. Bow staff is going to be deadly. Oh, I've got all the teleporty annoying people on my team. Got it. That's okay though. Kept him off that DPS guy for a little while. Ouch. Okay, well that was cool. Oof, ouch. They got me. This is a tight fight. Oh, bullshit. Right at the end, we were winning that whole fight. What the hell? That sucks. I definitely need a different build for small scale. This is by far more difficult than large-scale PvP.
Have you decided skills you will use on the
The
battlefield?
war will begin
If you
soon.
don't
Glad
prepare
you're
in
here.
advance, you'll
I'll make you
regret
the
it.
best armor in all of Silesium.
look. It's a mysterious book. Go into my codex, look at my collection. Come on. Teleporto. Alright, what do we got here? We got a staff bow. We got a staff dagger. We got a bow wand. Yo, they are after me. We went in though. We went in. That person went in way too hard. That cowbow dude hurts a lot. Like a lot. How far away can that fool hit me from? Holy snap. Oh, how do we keep losing right at the end? My goodness. This is so hard. We got bosses coming up in 9 minutes though, so. Oy vey. Definitely need to find a way to do more damage and have more potential kill presence.
Always prepared.
I think because everybody is building so hard against melee to avoid things like the greatsword and yeah, mostly just the greatsword. I think it's causing some difficulty for me in the arena because my hit chance is extremely low. And so I'm not really able to do very much of anything in the arena fights. Because the people in there are very focused on their defenses and stuff. Or specific types of builds.
Wide assortment. Choose your
I may need to readjust. I don't know, have another gear set, have another steel set, something. But I am getting shitted on in there. And all they have to do, because it's how many kills you get, not how many different people you kill. So it doesn't matter that I can tank a lot of damage, because they don't have to kill me. Unless I can provide some kill pressure where I can actually do some damage. Then it becomes an issue. So being really tanky just doesn't do much for me in that PvP. Because they can just kill whoever the weakest person is on my team, they just kill them over and over again. There's no point in coming after me even.
You know the siege wall. Glad you're
I don't know. I don't know what to do about it.
Yes, you have pretty high.
I've got some wall skills. Let's go look. What does this do? Grants a shield that absorbs damage equal to 630% of base damage to an ally. So maybe I should bring some more defensive skills and just go full healer defense on it. I'm really bad at healing though. But maybe if I bring this blessed barrier and this invincible wall instead of my taunt and my corrupted magic circle. And then I still have my pull, I still have my dash, I still have my slow. I still have my shields. I still have increased damage. Yeah, that seems okay. And then I can turn this, maybe, if we go to specializations. This has a stun.
It's hard to find their materials.
Right? I could have sworn this had a chance to stun as part of its when weaken is applied to a target has a 70% chance to apply critical hit chance 250%. Was it shield throw?
Materials in storage. We will take them from there.
What had a chance to cause a stun? Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll get those skills leveled up and see about doing some more of that PvP. If I have some more control and a little more heal, I should probably change, instead of taking Witty Strike, I should probably go ahead and take this other control skill too, the Fierce Clash. Because it does a knockback as well. So that would give me 2 pushes and a pull. Plus 2 shields, 2 heals, and then some personal shields too. I keep forgetting to use Stalwart Bastion. I suck. My goodness. Oh, that's because Stalwart Bastion isn't on this set. Probably should bring Stalwart Bastion. Maybe instead of... Yeah, I'll work on that. I think instead of my R here, I'll bring Stalwart Bastion. Seems like a good play. Just shield the shiznit out of people while they run around killing everybody. I'm gonna end up being a healer instead of a tank, aren't I? Just a really tanky healer. Alright, it's about boss time. What boss do we want to go do? We got Malachar, Cornelius, Talus.
Oh my, it's smashed to bits. Don't worry, I'll completely fix it with restoration magic. Yes!
I need Shock Commander Visor, actually. So I'm gonna go do Malachar, since I need that piece for my build. Because I'm gonna wear 4-piece Shock Commander for the increased defense, and I think it's increased collision, was it? I don't know, I know for a fact that I want both of them, I just don't know exactly what they are or remember. Shield block chance, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. 10% more shield block chance. Going to make me even more of a tanky boy. So then I'll be at 46 plus the like 30% that I can get. So I'll be over 70%. I'll almost be 80% shield block when all my block is up. Once I have that. Yeah, it didn't look like a ton of people went in here, but some people went in this one. Looks like a decent number of people are maybe going in that one. We might go in here and see what's up. Because you need about 15 or 20 people to succeed at this. There's sort of a minimum limit. We don't quite have it. Maybe we'll get some more. Is this a guild? It is a guild. Gonna take their own portal. That's funny. That's fine. We'll do it with them. What's up, Alec? Of course I am. Of course I am. I'm about to call it. I'm gonna finish up this boss, and then that'll probably be the end of it. I like the way the stream is set up right now. I start at 1 o'clock my time, and then I end at 9 o'clock my time on the last boss, so we get a little over an 8-hour stream every day. And I'm pretty happy with the way it all shakes out. But that also encompasses, at 6 o'clock my time, we have any important events that go on the server. Happen at 1800 with these rift stones or with the Boonstones or any of that. We get to kind of hit all the important stuff, do all the PvP, do some grinding, and then get off, and then I usually continue to play after I get off, but it gives me an opportunity to rest my voice. Not have to be talking the whole time. Of course, today my voice isn't really hoarse. Maybe I had been sick or something for the last few days. Didn't notice. Nice. Some more people came. We definitely have enough people, I think. Get her done. One more minute. While we wait, let's see if the Discord is saying anything new. Doesn't look like nothing. Oop. I think I stood on some electricity. That was my fault. That was somebody else's fault. Why is his attack speed up so high? I've got to figure out what happens to that mechanic, because sometimes he attacks really, really fast. And I don't know why that happens. He electrocuted me out of the air, and I was stunned. So I fell to my death. This is going really well, let me tell you. I am feeling very positively about my experience thus far. Okay, so what's gonna happen is he's gonna suck everybody in, and I'm gonna use my taunt. My taunt didn't go off. I was gonna use my taunt and try and get him to follow me, and then just run away, so that they wouldn't slam on all those people. Well, that time my stun or my taunt did go off, but I just cannot gain aggro on this enemy. I don't think this ever happened to me before. I thought the taunt was supposed to be guaranteed aggro. It does not, however, appear to be working on the boss. Whoever they've got working the mechanic is doing a fantastic job. Just really great. And I really appreciate that. Getting that eye turned around is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Ruh-roh. On the bright side, I'm still gonna be alive. I finally got some aggro. And now it's gone. Okay, could you maybe stop it with the slamming, dude? This is getting friggin' ridiculous. Oh yeah, we're dead. Somebody stay alive. Don't let the boss reset. My goodness. What happened to our person who was doing the mechanic? Phew. Hey, have a good one, Alec. Thanks for stopping by, saying what's up. We'll see you next time. Have a good day. It's so weird for the best thing to do to be to tank this thing from a distance. But it barely does any damage to me this way. And if I'm next to it, I think it slams. Just keep shooting your extremely low damage skill at me. I really appreciate that. That's interesting. I don't seem to be able to get him to aggro me before he does his slams anymore. It was working last time I was in here. Stop standing near me. Well, I'm dead. That's unfortunate. Oh, I was standing in the lightning again. I did so well for so long. And then I had to go and goof it up. Yeah, if you stand right next to him, dude, he slams on the ground. If you just go away, he does that other, much less problematic move. No loot. I almost never get boss loot. I think I've gotten boss loot one time. Okay, well, thanks everybody for coming out and watching. Really appreciate all the chat and all the views. The channel's growing really, really well. So I really appreciate everybody who is following or subscribing on YouTube or Twitch. That really helps me grow this channel, and I'm having a lot of fun doing that. And I'm having a lot of fun putting out content, so I hope to continue to do that in the long term for lots and lots of hours every day. So, yeah. Thanks a lot, and we'll be back at 11 a.m. Pacific time again tomorrow. So I hope everybody has a good day, and I'll see you tomorrow.